This conference will now be recorded.
Questions about the bills? Sorry about that, guys.
They're good. Okay.
No, not yet.
Okay, we need a motion.
I move the bills be approved and paid.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the bills. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Carried. We're gonna say no.
He said yay. He's just a little behind.
Okay. We got that delay going on.
We'll have to
Yeah.
do a roll call vote for the neighbors, right?
From
Or at
here.
least do a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah. Well, on the more important items coming up, we'll do a roll call.
Okay.
Brenda, do we have any travel requests?
I do. I have 3 travel requests. I have one for myself and Davita Hansen, Register of Deeds, to go to the South Dakota Association of County Officials Spring Workshop 2024 here, South Dakota, leaving on May 14th, returning on May 17th. And we have signed the travel and training agreement.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, and the other one that I have is for Dustin Schumacher to attend the International Outlaw Motorcycle Gang Investigators Association Conference in Orlando, Florida, leaving on May 4th, coming back on May 10th. This trip is funded by a Homeland Security grant. So there is no, I did not have him sign a travel and training agreement unless you want me to have him, because it will be reimbursed by the grant.
I move to approve the travel request. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That's all I have, Chairman.
All right. Any personnel?
I have one item under personnel. This is for Tiffany Reynolds. She will be a part-time fill-in correction officer 2, grade 1, base pay of $24.33, effective on April 18th, 2024.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
That's it, huh?
Yep.
All right, we'll do the auditor's account with the treasurer, please.
This is as of February 29th, 2024. Amount of deposits in the banks is $44,572,388.34. Included in that balance is the Collier CD that we have for $5,257,173.07. Bank balance of $21,992,691.75. U.S. bank balance, which is a construction fund for the Public Safety Services Center, $15,661,981.95. Money market, $1,660,541.57. Total amount of cash is $1,350. Amount of checks and drafts in the treasurer's possession not exceeding 3 days is $103,506.99. Total amount of cash in transit and treasurer's possession is $10,774.66. Petty cash, $2,725, for a total of $44,690,744.99.
I move to file the auditor's report. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the auditor's account with the treasurer. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a raffle to propose or not opposed to.
Mr. Chairman, in your packet is a request by the American Legion Homestay Post 31 for the lead and VFW Post 5969 of Deadwood to conduct a raffle with the proceeds going to assisting veterans, sponsoring high school students with scholarships to attend Boy State, and assisting local communities in an emergency.
I'll move we do not to object to the raffle. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to not object to the raffle. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, we've got some surplus items we need to declare.
Yes. And before you is a resolution 2024-13 to dispose and allow these items to be sold on the public auction website that we agreed on at the beginning of the year, or at the end of last year. The item is attached. There's monitors and printers and laptops. So I just need a motion to allow the chairman to sign that resolution to allow us to sell those on public auction.
Also move we do that. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to declare these items surplus to be put up for auction. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the other item I have is it's time for the Whirlpool dryer to be disposed of out of the jail. Just I need a motion to allow the sheriff's office to surplus and destroy.
must be shot.
Doesn't have any value at all. I'll move they do that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow the sheriff's office to dispose of this dryer. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, Bruce.
Mr. Chairman, for your consideration is tension letter with Gunnarsson, Palmer, and Ashmore. Copy that's in your packet. There's a copy of copies out in the lobby for any members of the public to look at as well. We'll be looking for a motion to authorize, I think, either the auditor or myself to sign. Or you can sign it.
I'll move we approve the sign.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval to the signature. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Governor's declared holidays. March
Alrighty,
29th and April 1st.
yes, we received notification from the governor's office that he is closing the state offices on March 29th in observation of Good Friday, and also on April 1st in observation of Easter Monday. And according to our personnel manual, the board may declare those holidays if you so see fit, and you would need to make a motion to allow for those to be observed.
Were those two dates on our sheet that we got?
They are not.
Yeah,
These
above and
would
beyond
be
those.
additional. Yep. Our personnel manual just says that you may excuse out those from the governor or the president. That would be up to you.
You gentlemen online want to speak to this?
I think we usually do Easter or do the Monday. I don't remember if we do Good Fridays or part of Good Fridays. I don't remember that.
Okay, Brenda?
Commissioner Flanagan, last year we closed at noon on Good Friday and then all day Monday is what you did last year.
Commissioner
I would
Tisdale?
move to,
Go ahead, Brandon.
I would move to follow what we did last year, close at noon on Friday and then take Monday off.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to close at noon on Friday and be off on Monday. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Jennings?
So I need to oppose this, and it's not that I don't appreciate the employees and what they do, and they need to celebrate the holiday, but I also feel we need to be respectful of our taxpayers that are funding those salaries. So, I said when we dedicated the 13 days as holidays already, that I would be opposed to any additional.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call. All those in favor of the motion before us to allow noon on Friday to, as well as Monday off, will say aye. Brenda?
Flanagan,
Aye.
Tisdale,
Aye.
Leap,
No.
Jennings,
Nay.
Ewing.
Aye.
That motion carries 3-2.
Okay. All right. Sheriff Dean, we're up to you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, the first item that I'd like to address is one of an easement request from Mr. Aberley, so I would defer to Dr. Alka to give a brief summary of where we're at present.
Quickly, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Aberley is here for any comments. And Commissioner Jennings has been involved, as well as the sheriff and Tim Agnew from Buildings and Grounds. There was a proposed location of the easement, and with input from the group that's involved in the county commission, Mr. Aberley has gone and he's altered the route, sort of straightening out the sort of the dog leg along the westernmost side, and it now matches along the north of the existing road bed. I think the recommendation from those involved would be that that is an appropriate easement, and that Mr. Aberley is assured that he can go forward. And so again, looking for some sort of ratification of that. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Okay.
So we need a motion to do so, or
I think so.
would that be something that the chairman would need to sign?
No, ultimately, there will be an easement agreement that will follow up, and there'll be an exhibit, I think, with the exact location. Is that fair, Jerry? Yeah. So this is just to give him the assurance that I think he can contact the local utilities and go out there and see if they have any issues with the location. Is that right?
Yeah, I had Black Hills Energy and the city of Deadwood out for water and power, and we were gonna go with the first route of approved, but the contractor started early paving, and so we have since moved it over a considerable distance, and I want to get the utilities back up there to make sure that it's okay with them, and I think it will be. And once that's done, then we will file or bring you a document.
Okay.
So this is sort of preliminary approval, some assurance to go forward. So I was, as Mr. Malka alluded to, I was involved in this process all along here from last summer. I think we started out. Mr. Everly set out the easement lines here. We went up and took a look at it and felt that it could be moved further down the hill. My main concern is that it never was going to interfere with any future construction that the county might want to do up there. And I feel that we were far enough down the hill that that would not be a concern. To the north. To the north, yeah.
Okay.
Could we move further north? Could it be moved further north?
In about 15 feet, it's going to fall off the hill. And so it would be nice that there's an old road bed there. It would be nice if we could be on the north side of that. But honestly, I think you'd hit some unstable ground. It'd be too close to the edge of the hillside at that point, and that might be an unsafe condition. So where he's got it, I don't think we'll ever build that close to the edge. Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
As Commissioner Jennings alluded to, I think there's been some fill put in place, and that's the concern, that if it gets too far to that edge, that the bank could give away. Fair enough, Jerry?
Yes, probably 30, 40 feet of fill there. It's been there for 20 years, but it's probably still subsiding.
All right. Thank you. Entertain some type of motion.
I move that we allow Tracy to proceed with this planned out plot.
Okay. I'll second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We gotta do roll call.
Huh?
We gotta do roll,
Richard
yeah, we gotta do roll.
Oh, it was. Okay. Go ahead. Roll call.
Flanagan,
Aye.
Tisdall,
Aye.
Leap,
No.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing.
Aye.
4-1, motion carries.
Okay, Sheriff. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item I'd like to address is in light of full disclosure. I'll begin at this point advising the board as to our business model numbers. To this point in 2024, we've generated a revenue of $41,790 from housing federal inmates. And so that everybody is fully aware of what we do. This board was astute enough to trust us with the number of full-time employees presently that we will need when we move into the new facility. As a result of that, it's my intent to keep our numbers in our present jail as full as we can. And in that spirit, when our local numbers go down, we house more federal inmates. If our local numbers go up, we house less. But it's my intent to bring the strongest revenue stream that we can while we're still in this facility. And to that point, in total, since we've started this process, we've a revenue stream of $254,730. In that spirit, part of the business model moving forward, as we discussed at length during the budget time back in June and July of 2023, a component of hiring a nurse to work in our correctional facility is quite important. At that time, I set the wage at an amount that I thought was up to the challenge of getting somebody hired. What we have learned in the interim is that I lowballed that a little bit too much, and we're now basing that upon advice that we're getting from medical professionals in terms of the experience that we should be seeking in a nurse that would work with us. And so what I have distributed for you is a reflection of what I think the current market demands for a nurse of the skill set that we need, and that would be reflected in the highlighted amount. It's a two-step program or two-category program with 3 steps in each. This is consistent with what we've done in other positions throughout the agency, and it reflects the dollar amounts that are accurate for that hourly wage. So what I'd be asking for is to make this adjustment so that we can continue the process of trying to find a nurse. This will, so that you're aware, this will increase the amount for that category of employee by just over $9,700 a year. That's not an insignificant amount, but I believe it's what we need. We can, in my opinion, through careful monitoring of our salary, I think we can still do this under this year's budget without asking for any kind of a supplement. The reason that we can do that is because we budgeted to hire a nurse for the entire year. Here we are, nearly halfway through March, and through salary recapture, I think we'll be fine. So that's where I'm at.
But sure. What's the board's pleasure?
I would move that we approve the proposal for the salary for the nurse.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
I might say, Mr. Chairman, as someone who's a spouse of a healthcare professional, it's very important that we have a nurse in that facility administering medications and monitoring that instead of the personnel that we have to have now.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? It's passed unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the next item that I have, and I see a little unfortunate that Bruce has stepped out of the room, but we'll try to jump forward. We had talked some time ago about the need for a tower. In the original plan for the construction of the Public Safety and Services Center, the location of the antennas is now suggested will not work, therefore the tower. We then came up with a location where the tower seemed to be best fitted for the site. And sometime later, concerns were raised by a local individual that we do happen to trust. Those concerns were specific to ice shed coming off the tower, and the tower being in close proximity to where we would park, and our staff would be entering and exiting the building. Now we are at a point where we have done some preliminary estimates in what it would cost to move the tower to a different location next to the building. And we find that those costs may actually be prohibitive. And we are at a point where we are far from collecting all of the estimates, and we are already at $148,000. We, I would say somewhat metaphorically, went back to the table and had some discussions with other people involved, not the least of which is the professionals who build towers, working for a company that you may be familiar with called Viker. Viker's written a letter to the board explaining their position on it. To paraphrase, I would say that while they don't completely exclude the possibility of ice shed, it's their experience that it is perhaps not as big of an issue as what others might believe. I believe joining the conversation today will be representatives from Viker, either Mr. Jamie Love or Kevin Schmidt, and I would ask at this time that they would offer their input on the subject matter.
Okay. Would either of you individuals like to comment at this time?
That'd be either Jamie Love or Kevin Schmidt. Mr. Love, are you able to contribute to the discussion?
they aren't going to contribute immediately until next time.
Commissioner Flanagan and Tisdale, can you still hear us fine?
Yeah, I can hear, no problem.
Thank you. I guess everyone can still
I can
hear.
hear them. So.
Can we call on, what's David's last name? Yeah, we call on David Paszynski to see if he would add comments.
Yeah, this is Dave Paczynski. Can you guys hear me okay?
We
Yes.
can.
Okay. Yeah, if you read the note from Vicor, I completely agree with them. In our experience at RFCC, in building towers throughout the upper Midwest and areas that have prevalent ice, we have not seen issues with ice shed from towers. You'll find that a lot of sheriff's offices and 911 centers have towers right next to them. In fact, I've been sending some pictures to the sheriff and his deputies of examples of towers that are literally built in parking lots or on sidewalks next to parking lots, and have not experienced any issue with ice doing damage coming off these towers. I think the original concern was based off of towers that are not similar to this. There was specific reference to some broadcast towers in Rapid City up on the ridge and Skyline that are kind of, for lack of a better term, massive towers, 600-foot towers with much larger antenna and structure on them, where there was some ice issues there, but we do not see them on these smaller localized towers. And I think that's reflected in Vicor's letter as well.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sleep.
If that's the case, then it won't be a problem. I guarantee that won't be a problem.
I would have to defer to them. I don't know that when Mother Nature is involved, there's any guarantee per se.
Well, they say in here it'd be just like a tree.
Right.
That wouldn't be a problem.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is Jamie. Yeah, that basically what Dave said. We would echo the same thing. This ain't a 300, 200-foot tower. It's a 100-foot tower. There's trees around. It's going to cause the same type of issue if it was with the mild conditions around here. There's not going to be a whole lot of ice, and it's not going to have a huge fall radius where it's going to be affecting pedestrians. I know that's a bigger issue, is people getting hurt. I would say from the time I've been here at Vicor and others, we haven't had a single incident that involved ice falling on one of our crews. And we work on towers throughout the winter, South Dakota, North Dakota, throughout the whole Midwest. And we have yet to get anybody hurt by ice.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Commissioner
Well, I
Sleep?
just want a guarantee from this gentleman that if we're going to spend and not, if we spend more money than we'll get it taken care of. If we don't need it, I want them to guarantee that too. So they put it in their letter that it would happen, that we don't want to pay for something there, or not pay for something and then have it happen, and they aren't standing behind what they say.
Perhaps there would be value, Mr. Chairman, in offering the online audience the opportunity to express their concerns. I do believe there is one local person who is concerned about the ice, and we should, in light of what Mr. Sleep is expressing, or Commissioner Sleep, I'm sorry, maybe we should offer anybody else the opportunity to disagree with what Vicor is stating.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone on online that would like to speak at this time? If you do, please identify yourself and your address for the record. I see anyone. Is there anyone in the body of our audience here today that has any comments towards this tower issue? Not seeing anything. Commissioner Jennings.
A question for Sheriff Dean probably. So there is a chance that during freezing fog or freezing rain conditions that we could generate some ice on the tower. Is this tower going to be a place that you could rope off somehow an area where the ice might be falling, just to give people some heads up there that it might be an issue? I'm thinking this is only maybe once or twice a year at most, probably less than
I think that that's probably reasonable, Commissioner. There's certainly a learning curve that would be part of it, but it would certainly be something that we would watch out for. I don't know that we would be infallible at. It's certainly possible to rope off the area if we were aware that there was a risk.
with that. I'm understanding that there's some risk involved here, but I think that the cost of moving that was not worth the risk that we would be taking putting the tower in that spot. So I would move that we go ahead with the recommendation, I assume, from Public Safety and Service Center Committee to put the tower in.
In its proposed location or original location, is that right?
To clarify, I don't know that our committee, let me restate that. Our committee is not making a recommendation one way or the other.
Okay.
I believe our committee is at an impasse.
Okay.
We have a local person whom we respect that expresses concern, and we've got people who build towers for a living who are telling us that this is not a concern of equal level.
Okay, is this
So we're looking for
time of
direction.
the essence on this one?
I think that we are at a point where a decision needs to be made. We need direction from our board. Should we continue down the path of trying to solicit bids? As I said, we're already at about 148,000. Or should we, at this point, go ahead with the original plan?
So do we need a motion to that effect? How do we want to handle this? Or is this just a consensus?
I think we'd probably like a motion or just direction to move on, please.
So I would move that we move on with the tower in the proposed location.
So I mean, that's your,
I'll second it for further discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Sleep.
you're saying that you're gonna go ahead and do it at an extra cost for the ice?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, just so I understand, this will be according to what was bid.
That's correct.
Yes.
Commissioner Tisdale or Commissioner Flanagan, do you have any comments?
I can't hear what the motion was.
Okay, I'll have him restate it.
The motion was to proceed with the tower in the original proposed location.
Okay, so beside the building and not moved away.
Correct.
Okay, it looks like everyone's on board. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, roll call.
Flanagan?
Aye.
So he's in
He was
favor.
an aye, it's just a delay.
Yeah. So you were in favor? Yeah, okay. We're good. 5-0.
Well, I thought Tisdale said no.
No, he was up.
Here's thumbs up.
Okay. All right, we're good to go. I apologize. This is difficult to try to do this with the time delay and everything. Anything else from you, Sheriff?
Mr. Chairman, that's what I have. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, we did. All right. We have a public hearing at 8:25 and we're already a little bit past that, so Brenda,
Thanks, Brenda.
this is continued from, public hearing was closed.
Yes, that is correct.
So this is the second reading for the resolution dictating that.
Okay, so what the deal was with this first vacation was we continued it until the next meeting because the plat is going through planning and zoning. And so we wanted to we thought that the plat needed to be done first before the vacation was completed. So the plat is not until later on in the meeting, so I don't know if you want to do the plat and then do this.
Was presented to planning and zoning, there was a recommendation for approval. So this would add additional right of way to substitute for that which is proposed to be vacated.
Maybe we should wait and just do it all at once then.
Fair enough?
Yep, no, that's good.
Where's that noise coming from? Outside? Huh? Okay, we can. It's difficult to hear in this room, so if everyone would please help us with that.
Okay, so the other public hearing is also set for 8/25. This public hearing is for vacation of a section line for Kathy and John Squeechelo and George Squeechelo, resolution 2024-11. And so this is a public hearing.
They are listed as the affected landowners, and there are several exhibits attached as well. They appear to be the only ones affected by the vacation, and I think all the lots seem to have access off of either with the Brownsville Road or Inglewood Road, I think it is.
That is correct.
But it is a time and a place set for a public hearing.
Okay, we will allow the public's interaction with this. If you would like to speak for or against this, we would ask that you would stand, state your name and address for the record, and this is time and place for an opportunity to do so. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this at this time in the body of the audience? Not seeing anyone. How about online? Not seeing anyone there. One more time for those of us in the room here. Anyone? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and Barbara, back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, we'd be looking for a motion to authorize the chairman to sign.
Are we gonna move it? How is this public hearing?
No, we closed.
Closed it.
Yeah, I know you closed it. It's not the second reading.
Nope, we don't need a second reading,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Just a resolution.
I would move that we vacate the section line as listed.
Okay, I'll second it. Further discussion?
I don't have an issue with this, Mr. Chairman, just strictly because of access for the other roads to this property. I don't think that this is going to inconvenience anybody vacating the section.
Seems like everyone's on board with it. The affected landowners didn't come forward. Okay, we have a motion and a second before us for approval of the vacation. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It was unanimous for an aye. Motion passes. All right, are we down to Mr. Bay?
Bob, can you sign that resolution?
John Bay?
Mr. Bay, would you come in, please, sir? Sure. Time and place for you to pick on us today.
Thank you, Chairman.
You brought your bodyguard with you.
I'm good. He's gonna see how it's gonna write everything down.
Are you gonna do that first?
Do your bid opening first, is that what you're up to?
Yeah, I suppose we better do that.
All right, this is for the bid opening for annual supplies and materials, magnesium chloride, hot mix asphalt, gravel aggregate, de-icing sand, hot mix paver patching, precast concrete culverts, box culverts, bridge beams, and bridge deck units. Thanks, sir.
We had a couple come in just at the end here.
Oh, thanks.
But all timely, right?
Yes, all the time. Okay, it should all be in order according to the bid tab.
I'll give you, John.
Oh, here you go.
I'm gonna move this stuff out of the way so a little more room here.
First of all, I don't know if anybody is interested or has any questions of any of the specs of any of this material. If everyone's good with that, we'll go forward.
Rick and Brandon, would you like me to email you a tabulation sheet? Is there any need for that? I will. No? Okay, thank you.
All right, I guess up first is the chloride. Looks like we only have the one bid for chlorides.
Starting to look that way for what, 15, 20 years now?
You know, we send it to, I think we sent it to 5 different contractors, and one of them informed us yesterday they don't longer sell the product, so quit sending them the request. All right, so magnesium chloride. It's from Dust Busters. There is a bid bond. The unit price per ton is $223.85. The per gallon price is $1.21. The bid price per application is $20 per ton. And the bid price to rent the spray truck for 45 days is $8,000.
What was the per ton, the first price?
223.
$223.85.
Thank you, Jeff.
Keeps going up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You guys don't normally rent their spray truck, do you?
We do. We
Oh,
have
do you?
for probably 5 years. We have our own and we rent theirs.
Okay, just so you can get it done.
So we can get it done. Our goal is always to get it done by the 4th of July.
Okay.
Last year was a little bit different because of the rain. We weren't able to do that, but most times we are able to do it by the 4th of July or within that first 2 weeks. That's what our goal is.
All right, do you need, you need any time to review this, or is it?
I would recommend that we go forward with this bid and accept it. Okay, chloride.
Gentlemen?
Follow recommendations and approve this bid. Accept the bid.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay.
Move on to the asphalt.
This is hot mix.
Yep.
John, is one difference now that you're not doing any cold mix from years past?
We removed the cold mix off of our bid process. We don't buy enough of that anymore to even meet the bid price or the bid requirements. So what little cold mix we've been doing, we can buy it under the bid limit. So, which is very little. We do it in bag mix only. So we mostly do hot mix.
Okay.
Looks like we have 3 bids for hot mix material.
What's the first one?
The first one is from Simon Contractors.
Okay.
It is Class E Type 1, $77 even. Class E Type 2 is $80 even. And the location of this plant is on Sturgis Road, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57702.
And that's per ton.
Yes, sir. Per ton.
Next bidder.
Our next bidder is John Paving, Spearfish, South Dakota. Class E Type 1, $75. Class E Type 2, $75 as well. For Sadler Spearfish.
Came down a little.
They adjusted from last year.
Yeah, let's see what everybody everybody else.
Yeah, they were a little aggressive.
We got the third one here.
They're gonna pay for the plant.
Yeah.
This is from Sacherson Paving. Spearfish. Class E type 1, $72. Class E type 2, $72 per ton. I would recommend that we accept all bids based on location and availability. Most advantageous price to the county.
I'm just trying to make sure I didn't put any with the other hat. Because it was the in place. They were just to make sure. I think I got them all, but just make sure.
Yep, you got her.
Thank you.
Do you need to look at them again afterwards? Comfortable?
I'm comfortable with those prices. And again, I would recommend that we accept all bids based on the location and the most advantageous price to the county.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval, accept all bids. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right.
Onto the gravel aggregate.
Okay. You must have quite a few on that one, huh?
Yep, we got 5 of those.
All right.
Start off with H and S. They're bidding a 1-inch base. This is at their Brownsville location. The price per ton is $13.50. $13.25. Looks like they're cheaper if they load it for us.
Mr. Chairman, somebody's online and they're not muted. Could you please mute yourself? I'm not sure exactly who it is. Thank you.
Okay, so they
What was-
13.25.
$13.50 for price per ton, and loading is $13.25.
Well, I hope that's not on top of the per ton price.
No,
I bet they wrote it back.
I think they roll it
I bet you they
backwards,
did,
would be
but-
my guess. Generally, 25 cents a ton is a loading fee.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they wrote that backwards, but that's not how it's rolled.
Okay, well,
1-inch clean rock, Brownsville location, $18 per ton, and the loaded price, $17.75.
1875. For loading.
$18 per ton
17.
and $17.75.
Keep it both ways.
Yeah, I think they screwed up both ways.
Do we need to call and verify that? Or
I would think we should.
Okay.
I don't think that one is accurate.
Change it at this point?
no? We should get
They might want to
clarification.
withdraw.
You're probably going to accept all of them though, right?
Well, that's always our goal, unless something's.
So no one's getting outed necessarily, I guess, in that instance, just clarification.
well, then we need,
May I give them a call?
please,
Just so we know.
I mean,
Contact information on it.
There it is. Next, we have is Simon. These are all from the Centennial Quarry. They are not bidding 3/4 surface. They are bidding 1-inch gravel base, $12.25 per ton. Loading, no charge.
Okay.
1/2-inch clean rock is at $18 a ton. Loading is no charge. 3/4 clean rock is $17.25 a ton. Also loading is no charge. 1-inch clean rock is $17.25 a ton. Also no charge for loading. And the 3/8 chips is $20 a ton and no charge for loading.
I used to work with numbers.
Okay, everybody does. Surprise.
Next is State Line Quarry, Fisher Industries, Fisher Sand and Gravel. Well, not bidding 3/4. 1-inch gravel base, $8.50 a ton, includes loading.
That was my.
They didn't bid last year. 1/2-inch clean rock is $17 a ton, includes loading. 3/4 clean rock is $15 a ton, includes loading. 1-inch clean rock is $14.50, includes loading. 3/8 chips is $18.50 per ton and includes loading.
Chairman, on the other one from H&L, is that what it was?
H&S.
H&S, I talked to the gentleman and he said he's trying to represent that it's a 1/4 cheaper if you load it yourself.
Oh, so we got back.
Well, if we want to go with what they're saying, then I guess it would be $13.25 per ton loaded, or $13.25 and $13.50 loaded. It's exactly backwards how they wrote it. And it would have been $17.75 per ton and then $18 loaded. Pete Lean is our next bidder. Where's the bid? This comes out of their Rapid City location. They'll stockpile it for us at Nemo, is where we generally have it. They've got dual prices on all of their materials. One from their plant in Rapid. So 3/4 gravel surfacing is $11.50 per ton. Rapid City, that includes loading. At their Nemo site, it's $20 per ton, and that would be not loaded. 1-inch gravel base, Rapid City is $11.50 per ton, includes loading. At Nemo, it's $20 per ton, does not include loading. Then we skip down to 3/4 clean rock at the Rapid City location only, and it's $15 a ton, includes loading. 1-inch clean rock is $15 a ton and includes loading. 3/8 chips is at Rapid City location only. It's $20 a ton and it includes loading.
So the 3/4 clean rock is not at Nemo either.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
This is from Johnner Gravel. They're bidding 3/4 gravel surfacing. The Herm Pit, the Evans Pit, the Eaton Pit, and Canyon Creek Pit. Herm Pit, Evans Pit, and Eaton Pit are $10.50 per ton. That includes loading. Canyon Creek is $11 per ton, and that includes loading. They're also bidding 1-inch clean rock from their Canyon Creek pit, and that's $18 per ton. 0 loading.
That all they bid on for?
That's all they bid on. Yep.
Where's the Canyon Creek pit?
That's out there on the Home State Road.
Datum.
Datum Road there. That's it for gravel. And again, I would recommend accepting all bids based on location and the most advantageous price to the county.
I see the Canyon Creek there, recrossing out there, it's not really about done.
Their Canyon Creek pit, the last time I talked to them, they were kind of dedicating that pit to their asphalt plant. They're just crushing for the use in making their own asphalt.
I see.
I move to accept recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept recommendation, accept all bids based on location and price. No further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. I'm kind of waiting to, just to make sure we don't have to. Yep. All right, sir, continue on.
De-icing sand, we have 2 bids this year. The first one is Simon Contractors.
Continue.
There is a bid bond. $83 per ton.
$83 a ton.
That was 17 last year. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be at their Spearfish location. Mileage to Lawrence County Yard and Spearfish 9.2 miles.
Maybe we should check on that.
Yeah.
And the price is what?
It says 83 total bid price for 4,000 tons, $332,000.
Is that for total quantity?
What was the total price then? 30 what?
$332,000.
That's 80 something per ton.
83 even, it says here.
Something common.
Well,
Hold on a second.
I don't know. That's kind of. No,
17.
You'll notice at the bottom of your sheet there was last year's bid, right?
Right.
You're seeing that. So I don't know, there's
It's
something.
got to be an anomaly there or something.
Yeah, there's something going on. I check.
Well, John, is this, Mr. Chairman, John, is this one of those you would accept all the bids, or is this one or the other?
No, this is the one or the other.
Okay, so,
So just tight here. Let's look at this
Alright.
other bid, see what we got. This is peat lean. Peat lean's price is $24 a ton for a total bid price of $96,000. And that is 47 miles. That's in Rapid City.
Bid bond, John.
Oh, excuse me?
The bid bond. I
Oh.
think I see it in the back there.
It does accompany a bid bond.
Thank you.
Maybe Simon doesn't want to do business with us on Saturday. Be a way to do it.
Those the only two then, John?
That is correct.
Was Simon the lowest responsible bidder then?
Pete Lee.
Pete Lee?
You know, even if they transpose those numbers, it'd be high, but it would be more in line.
Yeah, it's a little bit different situation when you're only awarding it to one as well. So.
Yeah.
Well, we're roughly $8 per ton to haul it, from Rapid City. So
It is an option. I don't know if it makes sense to reject all bids and rebid it as well. I don't.
I'd like to review these bids a little bit.
Okay.
Throw that out there just so we don't lose sight of that fact.
Yeah, you can come back for the end of the meeting and let us know if we need to reject some of this. Is that all of everything then, John?
Oh, no.
No, I mean on the bid.
Oh, yeah, no, we got some more bids here. We got our in-place paving.
Oh, okay.
We got a couple of those. First one is for Sackerson. And they're bidding type 1, Class E, $155 per ton in place. Type 2, Class E, $155 per ton in place.
What's the difference in those two?
The size of the aggregate in the asphalt.
Okay.
The same.
The type 1 or type 2 is determined by the size of it.
Yeah.
The amount of sand, just the makeup of it. This is Johnner Paving. Type 1, Class E, $175. Type 2, Class E, $175 per ton.
We're gonna be running late.
Okay.
That's it for the in place. That's all we had. I would recommend that we accept both of those bids for location and the most advantageous price to the county.
So moved. Okay.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We have just the one bid for all of our concrete supplies. That's culverts, bridge deck units, barricades, barriers, everything that Ringer makes. And unless you guys want to go through each and everything, I would recommend we accept their bid, as well as our accepting our bid for the Beetle County, using that for our steel culverts and pre-constructed bridge units and everything they sell.
Okay, we just have to do a variant for both of those things, right? Not only the concrete products, but also the steel products, and steel products from the Beetle County bid.
That's correct.
That's in Yarning.
Yeah, it's True North Steel. They actually have a place in Rapid too. They have full stores everywhere.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to follow Highway Superintendent's recommendation on the following, on the items they stated. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Seems like I'm taking it easy. It's just nuts.
Are you guys needing to do something else now?
No, we're just gonna take a break once you're finished.
All right.
You've got Maitland Road on your agenda here.
I have an approach permit by Rory Maynard with Legendary Investments. He's wanting to put an 8-unit development there. The property that he has, it lines up with a couple of other approaches on the opposite side of the road. He's wanting to put, because of the platting and the way the property is laid out, or the proposed platting, he's wanting to put this approach in the center of the property. It does meet all of the requirements for sight distance, for the mile an hour of that road. Like I said, there's a city streets on either side in each direction, 100 yards or so in each direction of this proposed site. It will require a culvert. It does not fall within the floodplain. And as you can see there, this is another one of our city of Spearfish dilemmas here, and it is the same. The property adjacent to it, we approved permits last year, to the extent that we have any authority to do so.
So that's for 8 more units?
He wants to put in, I believe he's here if you'd like to speak.
I'm Rory Maynard. I'd like to put in a 8-lot development just on the east side of the road there, and would like the approach to be right down the middle of it where it makes sense. But I'm amenable to whatever you guys feel. I just like it there, and I think it falls within all your guidelines that it needs to. So just looking for your approval on that.
I'm concerned about that because we have people from Maitland come in all the time and talk about the extra traffic. There's too much traffic on this road. We're going to add 8 more. Well, it's 8 more. People are going in now there all the time. That's my concern.
Brandon, Mr. Flanagan.
I don't understand. In that area, that's a pretty main road. We should be doing the driveways opposite existing driveways. I understand the desire to put it where it is, but I just don't understand from a development standpoint why we would approve it like staggered like that. It just, from a safety standpoint, doesn't make any sense.
Well, I went through the AASHTO manual quite a lot on this. I spent a lot of time trying to find any guidance from that point of where they would recommend or put one above the other, and they don't do that. There's a place for all, whether it be a 3-leg or a 4-leg intersection. I personally, I like 4-leg approach, everything lines up, but it also has some inherent risks as well with cross traffic. So it's a real give and take, and every one of these intersections, there's an upside and a downside to them. So a 4-legged intersection, if you did line up all these driveways, you do create a cross traffic hazard. That's about all I can lend you from the AASHTO manual. They don't
What's your recommendation on this one?
As platted, I would recommend that we go with the way it is as platted. If we decide that we'd like them to replat, then we could revisit this. But as platted, I would recommend that this single approach with this cul-de-sac is all right with me.
Anything further?
So has this been platted, or this is just
This is proposed plat.
Proposed plat.
Yeah, so it has not been platted. I did reach out to the city as well on this, and it's just a proposed plat.
Okay. What's your pleasure?
Well, I'm going to vote against it, so I'll deny the request.
I'll move to approve it with similar language to what we had last year to the extent that we have authority.
Okay. I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, we're going to do a roll call vote. All those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Flanagan,
No.
Tisdale,
I'll pull John. Aye.
did he
That
say?
was just gonna
Aye.
follow John, yeah.
Okay. Sleep,
No.
Jennings?
Aye.
Ewing?
Aye.
Okay,
Come on, Mike.
3-2, motion carries.
All right.
You guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
The next item I have is there's temporary right of way because of the bridge being out. The Dakota Gold group can't get their water truck up to their drill platform, so they came up with the plan to put some water lines, run some water lines from a local supply up through our culvert, which they've already done. They did it without knowing that they should have some sort of permit. We caught them and we got them to fill out a permit. So I did throw in the issue that it comes springtime, that if we do have any kind of hindrance from these water lines through our pipe, that we would want them to remove those water lines. At this time, I don't see where it's going to create us any issues, but I would like to have them have this permit on file so that if there is any problem, that they're responsible for it. So with that being said, I would recommend that we go ahead and let them do this so they can continue their exploratory drilling.
Okay, Mr. Averly, did you have anything to add?
No, we appreciate it. I did not know we needed to get a permit on it.
Okay.
We are doing it to reduce traffic, and we've got to deal with the neighbor partners by water.
All right.
So this is the Christian Bridge that's now is creating the problems?
No, our Maitland Bridge that is
The
been
one
weight
that-
posted.
Okay.
The one that we're going to build the bypass on if all goes well this early summer.
That bridge is the one that's still in use.
It's still in use, but they can't drive their water truck across
Okay.
it. We don't drive our equipment across it either. We bring equipment from both sides when we're doing maintenance on that road. So
Okay, what's your pleasure on this one, gentlemen?
I'll move we approve their request.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
and I think that's all I have for you. If you guys have any questions, we'll go look at this sand deal and see if we can get to the bottom of why it's so overpriced on one bid. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-6 minute break here before we continue.
I'm gonna mute the meeting for now.
anyone have any questions? There you go. Should we get-
There we go. Good. Is that better, guys? Okay, Rick says yes. Okay.
All right.
I'm concerned with it because it looks like they're building a whole new town.
Well, it started out a long time ago.
We keep going, not just a different area.
This is not. This is included in the master plan that you guys already approved. They're just bringing the zoning into compliance now.
Yeah, we'll entertain a motion.
And this does not need to be exempt.
It's just a change of zoning.
Just a
So you guys are just approving the change of zoning as normal.
I'd move to approve.
Okay,
Like I said,
Commissioner Tisdale and Commissioner Jennings seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. We'll do a roll call, Brenda.
Flanagan,
Aye.
Tisdale,
Aye.
Sleep,
No.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing,
Aye.
4-1.
4-1. All right, Amber.
So that one passes. Next one is flats. Thank you.
Michael and Amy Rogers.
Yes. Okay, so this one is a lot line split. Originally, this one was, they had originally come in and asked for a treehouse campground sort of thing out here. This was a couple years ago, and that didn't go forward. And so with that, they've decided to try to build a second house. But in order to do that, they needed to subdivide it into 2 parcels, is what they were looking at. So they are trying to do lot 1 and lot 2. They already have an existing house on lot 1, existing shop on lot 1. They basically would like to downsize and build a smaller lot, or smaller house on lot 2. So that's what their intention is with this lot. This will have to be approved by the road district. So that's going to be up to the road district to either approve it or not approve it at this point. So this is just a preliminary plat for this purpose. And then we'll go from there.
Planning and zoning's recommendation.
Planning and zoning recommended approval letter.
Okay.
do we have to do this first, or can we wait for the road district?
They have to sign the plat. The plat is the final plat. This is only a preliminary. So they're not submitting
have
the
to sign
final.
the final.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Flanagan, are you waiving?
I am not. I'm pouring tea into my mug.
Okay. Gentlemen, I can't make the motion.
I would have moved to approve.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us will say aye. We'll do a roll call.
Flanagan,
Aye.
Tisdale,
Aye.
Sleep.
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing,
Aye.
5-0.
All right, thank you.
Away.
Next one, Amber.
All right, the next one is St. Ange Volunteer Fire Department. This one, this has taken a long time to get here. They've started working on this, but they ended up having to vacate one of the alleys that were in St. Ange. So St. Ange Township had to be okay with them vacating the alleys. And then they were able to purchase some of the land next door. So the old, the existing fire department sits on this little tiny triangle right here. You can see that this will extend it by quite a bit, so they can hopefully get a new fire department out there is what the goal is in the end. So it just makes it a little bigger for them and gives them a little more opportunity to build that new fire department.
Move approval of the final plat.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. 5-0. Amber? Back to Deer Mountain.
Yep. So this one is the same preliminary plat that you guys had approved. It's been in existence. They usually are good for 2 years. It's getting close to that 2-year time mark of it expiring, but instead of waiting, they wanted to make sure that they got it back before you. So there's no change to the plat, but it's going to expire May 1st. So we're just trying to make sure we didn't let it expire. They want to move forward just as if they were before. It's really no change at all to the original preliminary plat. It's just we only allow them to be good for 2 years and then you have to redo them.
Okay, so kind of a re-up.
Yep.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber, real quick question.
Yep.
That sign, does that, can we,
Change of zoning sign can come down. You can take it back upstairs. Yep. Thank you.
Maitland Partners.
Next one, Maitland Partners. Okay, you guys have seen this one before. I believe this goes along with the stuff from this morning, section
Yeah,
the vacation.
We haven't
right?
done that yet.
Okay.
We're waiting for.
Okay,
do
so
that.
so this is that plat that goes with that vacation that you were waiting on earlier. So they're vacating the little tiny black piece right here, the hatched, and then they will rededicate this little tiny piece over here. So it literally takes the road and moves it over, which will make it where the structure that is in place up there for the well house meets the 25-foot setback. So there's no variance needed or anything like that. But I think in order to make this work, we need the vacation document number. If you approve the vacation, we need to put that number on this plat before we can record the plat. Does that make sense? You kind of need to do them simultaneously.
I lost my commissioners.
That's because I can't have both screens up at the same time. So there you go. Now you can see them.
I'll move approval.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 5-0. Yep, we'll do that next, Miranda.
All right, so at the last meeting, we did a continuation of Lawrence County Resolution 2024-10, which is the resolution to vacate the portion of that road, which you just now, through the plat process, moved over. So now this, you wanted to wait for the plat to be approved before you did this. So this is just the following. The public hearing had been closed at the last meeting, so I just entertain a motion to approve this as presented.
And move to approve the vacation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right, Amber?
Quick question, and I missed it. The volunteer fire department one, I didn't realize there was an exemption.
Oh,
The
okay.
fire department has to have a fire plan exemption because it's a new plat. Go backwards to that one. I was
Just be
I
sure.
move to make it.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor of the motion to, on the fire department one, to make it exempt, will say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Opposed?
thank you.
Motion carried.
Necessary. All right.
Sorry.
Caught up on that now?
They could put fire out.
Yep, they can, but you know. Okay, that one's done. Maitland Partners we did. Okay, Winslow is the next one. This is Lot D in the Spring Run Estates existing subdivision, meets the preliminary plan. There's no changes from the original preliminary.
Move approval.
I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the approval motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right. Sneesby one?
Yep. Okay, so this one is a preliminary and final plat for Mike and Kat Sneesby. This is lot 4A, so they actually purchased lots 4 and 5 in Two Bit Ranch Estates, and they would like to combine them into one tract. So they'd like to just make it a bigger tract.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And that was for an exempt plat, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Bruce, John,
Do you need
Did you
two
get
separate
that?
motions?
did you get that? What's that? That plat? It was for an exempt.
I'll move to exempt.
too. Thank you.
I'll second it. All those in favor of the exemption,
Yeah.
will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. All right.
Okay, they did it together. Okay, perfect.
Remind us before we carry.
Yes. Preliminary and final. And exempt.
We are to 2-bit now.
We just did that one. You're good. You did exempt and you did a preliminary and a
All
final
right,
together.
all right.
So now you're on
Kevin.
Kevin Malone. This one is just a lot line adjustment. So this is lot 8, and you can see the old lot line when in one place they're just moving it. So they're just moving that lot line over a little bit. It's just a straight up adjustment. There is no exemption on this one, so it's just a final plat only.
We'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second for approval. I'm lost my commissioner. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Quit taking my people off.
Well, I can't go back and forth. Need 2 computer screens. Okay. What's night? We're right on time. Look at that. The variance, public hearing. Yeah,
Well, it's a couple minutes early. Do we need to wait, or is everybody
it's
here?
it's a public hearing, so I think you have to.
Wait 1 minute.
Well, we can recess as county commissioners and convene as Board of Adjustment to start off with.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess as county commissioners and reconvene convene as Board of Adjustment. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman?
We'll wait a couple minutes here before we begin since public hearing.
I did hand out the variance information, the standard to approve a variance. So if you would incorporate that language into your consideration, if you decide to approve it as well.
Okay. We gotta wait a couple minutes.
We're actually good.
Case
That
there's-
clock is incorrect.
Yeah, mine says it's 9:30.
Mine says
The clock
9:30.
says this says it's 9:30.
Well, the one I've been looking at all morning doesn't, but we'll go ahead and go. All right,
Okay.
we'll let Amber present this and then I'll do the public hearing.
So I have to ask, is anybody here for this? Okay, I was thinking it was you, but just to make sure, okay. So this one is for Black Hills Cabins LLC. Mike is here in the room. This is lot 13, located out in the Misty Meadows Road. And this one is for a variance request for a 10-foot variance to the 25-foot side setback for the construction of the carport. And the carport is up already. This one came about, Jeff had gone out. It's a carport. Staff recommended approval of it. Mainly, there is some floodplain issues on this. And it's, whoa, I don't know what that means. Hold on. Okay. It is tucked right back in there. You can see they've got started construction. This is his fence line right here. The house is back here. There was a gravel pad there. Just looking to be able to keep that cover up. It does not meet the side setback though, which is, what we had discussed. And so he is going through this process to try
Put
to
my people back on,
get it done. So,
please. All right, this is a public hearing. This is time and place for anyone in the audience that would like to speak for or against this. And if you would like to, please stand up, state your name and your address for the record. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this?
Can I speak as a?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason.
Your name, please, sir?
Michael Gilliard, and address. 21473 Missy Meadows Road. So the reason that, this location was decided was, and the reason it's violating setback is there's a well next to the house between the carport and the house, so it needed access to that well, for any future repairs. The whole front of the property is floodplain. The power comes from the west side of the property, dissects the property to the cabin that's there, and the septic's right in front of the house. So as a carport, our vehicles get destroyed by hail 2 weeks after we took this property over, and so the carport came up. I didn't know there was anything else to deal with. So as soon as I found out, I made the application, and just as a practical matter, there's not another good location for this. It doesn't put the carport all the way to the front of the property in the floodplain. I don't know what that involves in terms of.
Okay.
It's just as a practical matter.
Anyone else, the body of the audience, would like to speak for or against this? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and offer to the board their consideration. And Amber, you did state that your office recommends approval.
Yes, we did. As normal, planning and zoning did recommend denial of the request because they felt that it could be in a different location. Staff did recommend approval based on a lot of what the landowner said, the floodplain and stuff. We don't necessarily want it down in the floodplain. We'd rather stay out of the floodplain.
Okay. Bruce.
As a reminder, to approve, there must be a finding that the variance would not be injurious to the neighborhood or detrimental to the public interest or welfare. Secondly, to approve, there must be a finding of special conditions such that because of a particular feature of the property or because of some extraordinary and exceptional situation on the property, a variance is necessary. And all this is to be considered is whether or not the denial of the variance would create a peculiar and exceptional practical difficulty. Not my rules.
Commissioner Flanagan or Commissioner Tisdale, did you have any comments at this time?
I don't see any hardship. I see a lot of usable ground.
Could we go back to the picture, please, Amber? And I'd like to ask the applicant on the picture, could you, are those trees, those spruce trees out in front, are they in the floodplain? When she gets the picture,
Those are where the septic field is. So right around that center tree, right in behind that is all septic, and the floodplain starts from the trees forward.
Okay.
You guys all do that?
So that boat park there, is that in the floodplain?
Pretty close, yeah.
That's about where the floodplain starts from there towards the gate.
It's hard to tell, but
roughly.
yeah, within 20 feet. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, also a reminder it has what requires for majority as well. 2/3 majority, but 4 out of 5, I believe.
Right.
It's sitting right there, so there's your floodplain line. Yep.
All right. Further discussion or action?
Yep.
Commissioner Tisdale.
Thank you.
Yeah, would Amber be able to bring up the floodplain and show us an aerial on this?
Did you want to speak to it, Commissioner Tisdale?
It's right here. So this, where if you can see my cursor on here, here's your floodplain line. The house sits way back here. The road sits way out here. So you're looking, the picture that you're seeing is we're sitting out here looking this way. The house sits way at the back so that it was specifically out of the floodplain.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
There's a plat, there's an exhibit in here that gives it's to scale. It shows really nicely that there's an awful lot of room that can be used. If you go inside and look at that, I don't know where it is on Amber's deal. If you click on, it'd be the application link.
Is that the map you made reference to?
I don't see it on the screen, but I can see it inside the drive. I'm looking at it on my phone right now.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, what's your pleasure on it? We've closed the hearing.
I'll move to deny.
Okay, do we have a motion of denial? Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the denial motion will say aye. Brenda, please do a roll.
Flanagan,
Aye.
Tisdale,
Aye.
Waite,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing.
Aye.
Motion
Okay,
carries.
so the motion is to deny, I guess, as I usually ask with denials when we have an existing structure. The structure is already there, so you need to tell our office what you want to do for removing that structure. I think the last time we did one of these and you made them move it, you gave them 6 months to, to figure out how to get it moved and what to do. So is that, I mean, just so I kind of know where to go and Mike knows what the answer is.
Okay.
I'll say 6 months is enough time.
We do a motion on that.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
We need a motion.
I'll move that this is brought into compliance within 6 months.
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second to bring it into compliance within 6 months. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Is that a Board of Adjustment decision? Or did we need to
Yes.
come out of that?
Yes.
No,
All
it's
right.
fine.
Now
It's part
we
of
need
your
to
variance.
reconvene as county commissioners to go on to the next item.
Also move we reconvene.
Recess and reconvene.
Recess and reconvene.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to do so. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right. We don't have to wait all night for 5, do we?
No.
This one is a public hearing. Development plans are public hearings in front of the county commission. So yes, you do.
Which one do you look at? 945?
Development plan, Jeff Leonard.
No, so we better wait.
If you want to, we could skip ahead to the 10 o'clock if you want to for a little bit. I can do some of those transfers. They're here. They won't take very long.
They're here?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Rory, I swear
We've
I just saw him.
we gotta wait till our public hearing for Mr. Leonard, so we're gonna do some other business here prior to. Sorry, Jeff.
I know I saw Rory out there.
I'll go check.
Okay, it'd be Rory. If we want to do that one. And not out there anymore? Okay. Is Jesse here? Just make sure Jesse's not here either. Okay. So Rory was here. He must have had something that he needed to get to. I'm not really sure. But this one is a transfer. You guys had a letter. What had happened with this one is this has an existing CUP on it. That's not it either. We'll just go through it. This one was an existing conditional use permit, and this used to be Legends Lane is what it was called. It was Legends Conditional Use Permit Specialty Resort, just down Boulder Canyon. Thank you. And they sold it to Rory, and then Rory came in, did the transfer. They transferred it to Rory. Rory has since sold it, and he never transferred the CUP to Jesse Peterson, but Jesse was the new owner and has been operating it. We've had no complaints. He operated it just like normal. And so there was no complaints on it at all, but it just didn't get transferred properly. So we found out that it wasn't done properly, so we're trying to go back and fix that problem. I have talked to Jesse, I've talked to Rory. They haven't changed anything. We didn't actually go through the transfer process. So they're just hoping that you would allow that transfer to take place.
Okay.
That's really all it is. And normally you just accept the transfer. Like I said, I know Jesse didn't think he was going to be able to be here, but I have talked to both landowners and they accept the conditions as stated.
Okay.
I'll move we accept the conditions also.
Second. Motion for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay. The next one is a transfer again of a conditional use permit.
Well, we can go back to our, no, we can't. Wrong
Not
clock.
quite. 9:42.
Go ahead.
Okay, the next one is, I pulled up this original one because it's not very old. So in 2022, the Williams family purchased property down in Majestic Heights subdivision right at the base of Boulder Canyon. And it's zoned commercial right in here. And they got permission to put in some cabins there to be used as a campground type area. They have run into some hardships and have opted to sell this property. The new landowner is here. Leave somewhere. Yep. No, I don't know where they're at. They were here. Johnson. And they had again, talked to both of them. They agreed to accept the conditions as is. There was no concerns with the transfer. We just don't usually see them quite this new transferred, but they ran into some situation that they had to do something. So that's what they're asking for, is just to be able to transfer this property to the Johnsons.
Okay.
Same conditions. They're going to just move forward as they were originally approved.
Move to approve the transfer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval to move the transfer, approve the transfer. All those
Conditions, I should say.
Yes, with
They're
the-
here.
Oh,
All
we already
those-
did. We already approved it.
all
You
those
guys are
in
good to
favor-
go.
Well, no, we haven't yet. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Okay, it's been
Okay.
approved.
It's been approved. Thank you. That was Williams and Johnson.
Okay. My clock's wrong. What's your clock?
At 9:44. So I would say wait, because the Whitewood treatment facility is probably going to be a bigger discussion. So we can go back. Here.
Are the folks here for that? Anybody?
For what?
Whitewood treatment facility. Yep.
Okay, but that's-
We don't have enough
we
time
gotta
to
take
get
care
through
of
in 1
that.
minute.
We'll go back to our 9:45
Okay.
one, and we should be within seconds of.
Development.
Go ahead and start with it then.
Okay.
Please.
All right, so this is a development plan for Jeff Leonard. This is property located on Old Highway 14. This one is located right, the existing storage units are right here. This is where they have all those campers parked and they've been there for a long time. There's a storage building back here. Bass used to be in there for years. And they just recently did a lot line change that it fixes this lot line so it doesn't run through the building anymore. So that fixes that situation. And then they would like to extend and add more storage units coming this way. It's already zoned highway service commercial, but because there was no structure there originally, we asked them to do a development plan to show the layout. They're just extending it so it'll look just similar to this all the way over. Yep. They're extending it all the way over. There was a site plan in here. Let's see if I can pick the right. I think it's this one. Yeah, he has a full set of building plans in there already. And there were also a site plan here. So this is the site plan.
So today we just discussion and set a public hearing.
Nope, this is the public hearing for the
Let's not put
development
my
plan.
papers in.
The development plan, you guys just usually just look at them and review. You're basically telling the city of Spearfish they can issue the building permit based on these plans.
Okay, well, so if this is the public hearing, then it's the time and place at this point to offer it to the audience for any discussion for or against. If you do, please stand, state your name and address for the record. Go ahead.
Erica Douglas, 3726 Spring Creek Lane, Spearfish. My question is, have they provided any long-term plan as far as where the campers are going, or if they are no longer being paid to store the campers? I can think of nothing more unsightly on those rural roads around Spearfish than all these campers and mismatched things shoved on the lot. So did they provide any guidance to what's happening to that business part of their plan?
Jeff Leonard, Spearfish, South Dakota, 608 Bridgewater Court. The campers have been gone out of there now for probably 4 or 5 months. And I know some went out where the bikes used to be, or where some are there. But yeah, so Yeah, this is one reason I wanted to do this, because all of a sudden somebody just put a piece of junk car there and throw tires there and stuff. I was just really trying to clean it up. Really,
Okay.
I got mad at I had to have cars towed off. They just put them there, not tell me.
That's good.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to for or against this? Seeing none, I don't think we have anybody online. We'll close the public hearing and offer to the board for their discussion around.
So Amber, are they getting rid of that long building in the trailers, or what's the deal there? I'm not sure I understand correctly.
Okay, just a second. Let me go back to this.
I don't think so.
So this here, where all the old campers used to sit, so this image was from like 2016 probably. That will be more storage units, and then this here is an existing trailer house that sits there and somebody lives in it. So it'll stay there. They're gonna continue living it. And then this building back here still exists. It's rented out as a commercial business.
It's gonna be there. It's a foundation building, so it's not gonna be moved.
This one here
Yeah.
in the back? No, it's an existing structure. Yeah. Yep. It's a pole building, I guess I would say, for the most part.
It's a stick-built building. Like she said, Bass used to be in there.
It's been there a long time.
Corey Moss used to have his garage business out of there. It's a.
And all of that property is zoned highway service commercial already. So it's not residential, it's commercial property.
Yep. Are we able to take action on this big?
We are.
Yeah.
Move to approve the plat, is it?
No, it's just the development plan. This just allows Spearfish to issue a building.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
This Commissioner Flanagan, I would like to see on there that any new lighting be down throw lighting.
Okay. All right. Your motion and second. All right, with adding that.
It is.
Yep. All right. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
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 Motion carried.
And just so everybody knows, this was my mistake with not putting public hearing, but I did publicly notify it, like regular process, and he had a sign and put it out.
Yeah,
on
I
the
just
property
didn't
and
see
all
it
that.
on
That was
mine.
my fault. I just didn't change it.
All right, you want to go back to the Whitewood treatment?
Yep, we can. Right.
John Bay, come back into.
Okay. I am gonna take a step back from this one, and I'm gonna let you maybe explain what's going on. Is that fair enough? That's probably be best. So I'm gonna have you introduce. It's Joe, right?
Yes.
So Joe Noble from AE2S. This was a facility plan. We received a letter from basically the city of Whitewood, just making sure that one, we know that they're looking at expanding their wastewater treatment facility, which they needed to do for a long time, so that's okay. But they are asking for a letter to support the expansion because it has to go through the DENR and everything. So that's kind of, I'd say, the gist of it, but I'm going to let you explain any detail, and I do have these on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Joe Noble with AE2S was the engineer of record for this facility report here. Much needed improvements, as Amber discussed. Not only just it's a antiquated lagoon system, but the city of Whitewood has also been issued pending discharge limits that are going to make it impossible for them to meet with their current setup. So these improvements that we're in the process of designing through did receive some additional SRF funding, as well as some other funding through additional state programs. It's been supported by DANR as they're kind of driving a lot of these changes anyways. And a lot of, I think, some of the big concerns that was just addressed through the review of the environmental is portions of the lagoon cells themselves do reside within the floodplain, but the improvements themselves do not. So it's one of those things that we're going to be adding some additional mechanical treatment processes in order for the city to meet their new discharge limits that are coming. So,
okay.
Open to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any further discussion or action?
I think really what I would just like is to make sure you're comfortable with me writing a letter saying, I don't necessarily have any concerns with the project as it goes forward, which I've already talked to Joe and stuff about. They will have to do a floodplain development permit and follow
So
that
we need
process.
a motion, Bruce.
So just something to let me sign a letter.
Okay, we need approval from this board for Amber to follow through and sign the document.
So,
Mr.
Mr.
Jennings.
Chairman, I'm a little, so the old facilities are in the floodplain. They're still going to be used, it's just the new facilities are going to be outside the floodplain.
We're adding additional treatment processes.
Yeah, but there's still going to be some used that are inside.
Well, yes, but in addition, the berms for those lagoons were raised following 2008 when there was some issues along Whitewood Creek. Those berms have been raised significantly since then. The city hasn't had any issues. That's kind of outlined and addressed in my facility report as well. The process by which going through and changing to a letter of map revision or a LOMAR process is pretty extensive. We do believe that the changes in here would make those facilities out, but we just haven't. The process by which doing that for FEMA isn't necessarily advantageous as the additional treatment processes that we're looking to do are outside of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So this, I have a picture here, it shows circles around outside of the dam itself. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. Yep. Yep. We'll be doing some additional mechanical pieces, some lift stations. What's known as an oxidation ditch. It's actually changed a little bit configuration even. We're in the early preliminary stages of design for this. We'll continue to do, as Amber mentioned, once we get a more definitive, we'll do all the necessary documentation for any floodplain development, permitting, anything else that's required for the work that go on for this project.
Okay, well, I think anytime you improve a wastewater facility is a win-win, so I would totally support.
Okay, so basically my letter will be, I'll just answer the questions in the Black Hills Council letter that you guys received a copy of. And then I will just put in there, basically that at the time that they get ready to build it, we'll have to do a floodplain development permit as part of the process. That's the normal, I guess we do that all the time.
Okay,
So
Amber
this just
would like
moves it forward.
permission from this board, so if someone would entertain a motion.
Move to authorize Amber to write a letter.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. My people are gone again.
And then I only have one more left. The last one is, if we go back to the 10 o'clock under the very last temporary use permit, this is similar to the situation that we've done here recently, and the reason why we're going through an ordinance change right now, but we don't have that ordinance in place, so we have done these with a temporary use permit. They did fill out the application. This was actually expected way back when we issued the building permit on their pole building. We knew that they were going to want to finish the inside of the pole building and move the old mobile home that sits there. Yes, they're your neighbors. So with this is the second part. So we knew they were going to be getting to this point, but now they've started working on the inside of the pole building. It's huge. If you go out there, it's a massive pole building. And now they're making it into the house, and then they would like to remove the mobile home that sits there. But in order to make the transition work, they'd like to work all summer to try to get it done, and then asking for the same permission that we gave just down the road to basically allow them to continue living in the mobile home till the existing structure. That makes sense. So
I'll move, we agree to do that.
okay.
Okay, Mr. Sleep, I would like to add in a surety bond or some sort of assurance that to make sure that home is moved or done, similar to what our new ordinance would be.
I don't know if we can yet because
Can't
it's
do that
not
without
in
the
our
ordinance.
ordinance. That's,
All right.
if the ordinance was passed, yes, we could do that, but
We can't do that on our own.
Okay,
Not right
are
now.
you seconding
I
that?
will second that.
okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
We gotta ask.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, Brenda had a question. They did request a waiving of the application fee for the temporary use permit because we did make them pay the building permit fee. You guys have done that in the other ones, just because once they get the building permit, they're spending a lot more money on the building permit than they are on the $200 application fee, but I do need a motion to waive that if you choose to. Or amend your, if you want to include it in your
I
original
can
motion.
include it in.
Okay.
So we're amending it.
Okay.
Motion first and motion and second. We're amending our original motion. Everyone understand that on the line there? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right.
And then Bruce told you the 10:15 is off the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
10:15
Just make sure. Okay, that is all I have.
All right.
Yep.
Is John out there with his bids?
He's waiting for a phone call back. Can I verify that with Mike?
Yep.
Just ask him.
Okay, I don't
We
have
take
any.
another 5-minute break.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
5-minute break.
Okay. Do you
Mary,
want
what's on
this?
your mind?
I don't know.
You said you needed to get it.
Yeah. Right here. Yeah. I don't have it shared. Yeah, because I didn't know.
Yeah,
You're good. Yep.
He's pounded on all of this. Maybe we're just sick.
Are you guys the next
It's a one man.
I think so.
It's been there 2 years.
Yeah. So do you want to just stop?
Oh. Well, we got somebody else ready.
Okay. There was 2 things in there. These 2 from, that's what I have. I don't know what else you got.
Sarah, you can come sit right here.
Probably gonna have to dig into that now or.
Shoot, he wants to.
I'm gonna just do these real quick, Bruce, get them out of the way.
I'll have one. Then I got one.
Yeah.
Just take a little break and we're utilizing.
Yeah, yeah.
You're ahead of schedule.
Well, it should have passed. We should have gotten it. We had a few people.
I'm gonna need a quick light here while we're in between.
Yeah.
Carried. We kindly ask everyone to leave the room until we finish this.
Let's go into executive session, guys, sorry. We're gonna
Let me stand behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I trust her.
Trust her.
Bruce, you want me to move?
Is everybody in?
No, still coming in.
Randy will help us back there.
All right, is that everybody, Randy?
Yeah.
Make sure it's the one facing right to the TV.
Okay,
Gotta try to find it.
ladies and gentlemen, we came out of executive session without any action. And at this time, we're gonna allow Ms. Frankenstein to give us a presentation prior to going any farther. Once she's finished, we are gonna allow a few people to make some comments. We're not gonna get into a great length though. It will be probably limited to a short amount of time. We're not gonna be here all day on this issue. So, Sarah, would you like to go ahead and
I
continue?
will. Bruce is working on pulling it up here, but as he's doing so, I'm going to walk you through the state law and the federal law on topic. So bear with us as we get the PowerPoint pulled up. You'll see, I'll start with what the there it is. Yeah, if you can make it a big screen.
It's as big as it.
Slideshow, I think you click on slideshow. Up in the red, I think you click on slideshow.
You gotta get out of that.
You gotta get out of that, yeah.
Use slideshow.
Yeah,
There. Sorry.
and then there's something like a full screen option or something.
Like, if you click on slideshow instead of
Yep.
view, I don't trust you. It's 2 spots over from view on the top. 2 spots over to the left. Up. Just
There. Oh, there you go.
Then go from beginning all the way to the left.
There we go.
Yay.
Okay, so
Thank you.
maybe I'll just point at you when I'm ready for you to advance, so go ahead. So first we start with the Constitution. When we talk about what authority we have in creating election laws, I wonder if I can advance it just so you don't have to. Does that do it?
No.
Yeah, just go ahead and share the screen. So we look at Article 1 of our U.S. Constitution. We call it for short the Election Clause. And so this is what it says in our U.S. Constitution. The time, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be determined by the legislatures of each state. So even those federal elections, our state legislature gets to determine those state laws. So our South Dakota Constitution speaks to elections too. So this provision is found in the South Dakota Constitution, and it says, the legislature shall by law define residence for voting purposes and secrecy in voting, and provide for the registration of voters, absentee voting, and the administration of elections, the nomination of candidates, and the voting rights of those serving in armed forces. So you'll see our South Dakota Constitution gave the legislature the power to create laws regarding elections. South Dakota case law oftentimes speaks to election issues. So if you're not familiar with case law, sometimes litigants go to court, and in the end, a case might be appealed up to the South Dakota Supreme Court, and they indicate a ruling to help settle a dispute with regard to how to interpret statutes. So here we've got this case out of Moody County that the Supreme Court said a county is a creature of statute. That means the county is created because statutes created counties and has only such powers as are expressly conferred upon it by statute, and such as may be reasonably implied from those expressly granted. So what you'll see in this case law, and here too, which I'll read in a second, counties only have the authority that statute gives them. They don't have any inherent authority to make its own laws, ordinances, etc. So here's more from the Moody County case, in particular SDCL 718A2, that's at issue here today, gives a county the authority to adopt ordinances as may be proper and necessary to carry into effect the powers granted to it by law. So again, we don't have inherent powers as a county. We can just carry into effect those powers already granted to the counties by the Constitution or legislature through statutes. Yet a county may not enact an ordinance that conflicts with state law. So you'll see that from our Supreme Court. Here's another one. This case from our South Dakota Supreme Court said, again, a county may not pass an ordinance which conflicts with state law. We'll see it again in the Constitution itself. The South Dakota Constitution says counties have the authority to exercise any legislative power or perform any function not denied by its charter, the Constitution, or general laws of the state. So counties have the authority to exercise power, but only if state statute says we do. Another county, Yankton County case that went to the Supreme Court. Here the Supreme Court held there are several ways in which a local ordinance may conflict with state law. We're going to go through those 3 ways. In that event, state law preempts or abrogates the conflicting local law. So the first example here the Supreme Court gives, and I'm going to talk more about this at the very end, so just remember this, and I'm going to talk about it very last slide. First, an ordinance may prohibit an act which is forbidden by state law, meaning your local ordinance prohibits something already prohibited by state law. So in that situation, our Supreme Court said the ordinance is void to the extent it duplicates state law. So if you've got a provision in a petition that's already required by state law, it is void to the extent that it duplicates state law. Okay, so the second way that a local ordinance can conflict with state law, this case says a conflict may exist between state law and an ordinance because one prohibits what the other allows. So if South Dakota prohibits something, but then the county allows it, that's in conflict. Same with vice versa. The state law says it's allowed, but then the county prohibits it. That can be a conflict. The third that the Supreme Court said, a state law may occupy a particular field to the exclusion of all local regulation, meaning if state law has spoken and it's meant to govern this area of life, it doesn't leave any room for counties to pass ordinances on that area of life. So in some, the case law says 1, if a county ordinance duplicates state law, it's void. 2, if a county ordinance prohibits what state law allows, it conflicts. And 3, if state law occupies the field, it can exclude local regulation. If any of those 3 occur, the state law preempts or abrogates, controls. State law controls over the conflicting local law. So that's from our South Dakota Supreme Court. So why am I talking about this? It's of course due to the initiated county ordinance, and this is taken from that initiated county ordinance via a petition. So this is taken from the top of the petition, and you'll see there's 6 things listed. There's issues with a number of these, but the majority of what I'm talking about today, 99% of the time, is going to be about number 3. There's issues with others, but a real clear problem for sure is number 3. And go ahead, I've got number 3 enlarged here. It says electronic voting devices of any kind are prohibited. So here's the main problem. There are other problems, but here's the main problem. So when we talk about electronic voting devices, South Dakota uses one. It's called the Express Vote. That's the brand name. This is a picture of it. It should not be confused with this, and maybe you can toggle back and forth a few times to show the difference in these machines. These are 2 different machines. This is a ballot tabulator. And if you've seen the videos on the news or whatever, the ballots swoop around that curve and they get put into one of those 3 bins. That tabulates ballots. If you go back, the Express Vote is not that. It is not that. The Express Vote is a different machine that allows disabled people to mark a printed out ballot. Let me say that again. The Express Vote allows disabled people to mark a ballot that is printed out and can be counted by hand. And it's required by state law and federal law, and I'll get to more of that here in a minute. So don't confuse these 2 machines. The Express Vote, the thing that helps disabled people vote, not the voter, not the ballot tabulator, helps those who are visually impaired, those who can't hold a pen, have shaky hands, dexterity issues, can't get that black mark real filled in so that that vote counts, any other disabilities. So if you can keep going. When you walk in, and try using it at your polling place. Anybody can use it. You don't have to prove you're disabled to use it. Try using it. You can increase the font size. You can change the contrast. Instead of black on white, try white on black. You can have it read to you if you cannot read or you are blind. You can have the ballot read to you. It provides other such options, so people who can't hold a pen and get that little oval filled in just need to tap the screen to mark who they would like to vote for. Keep going. It won't allow you to overvote, so disabled people can't spoil their ballots by overvoting. It won't allow that. It will warn that voter if they've undervoted, meaning you could vote for 2 candidates in this particular contest. It'll warn them if they would like to cast a second ballot. Once it allows the voter to edit, change, think about it, go back, whatever, it'll ask the voter, are you ready to mark your ballot? Are you ready to print your ballot? And then that voter can just touch the screen and it prints out a paper ballot that can be hand counted if need be. So this is South Dakota statute, 1217B 6.1. If a candidate for federal office appears on the ballot at a polling place, such polling place is required to have an electronic ballot marking system present. That's the express vote system I just talked about. Again, not the vote tabulator machines, express vote. There are 2 issues on point. So I just read to you that first one. So there's been some suggestion that the second one cancels out the first. So let's look at the second one. In the same chapter, it's in Title 12, Chapter 17B, but it's Section 3. It says any governing body, county commission is a governing body, city councils are governing bodies, city commissions are governing body, you've got township boards and water boards, and you've got all kinds of governing bodies. Counties are one of those. Any governing body having supervision of elections, of course counties do through their county auditor, within any political subdivision may adopt, experiment with, or abandon any automatic tabulating machine. Remember, that's not what we're talking about today. Or the other of the 2 machines, the express vote, the electronic marking system that marks a paper ballot. So you can see that any governing body can experiment with those 2 machines. They can use it for some precincts and not others. They can abandon those machines altogether. You can't just go use a different brand of those machines, because you'll see the statute says governing bodies can only use the voting systems approved for use by the State Board of Elections. We've got the kinds of machines we showed you up on the screen. It's through ES&S, the express vote is the type that's been approved, so you can't just switch brands. So what does a court do when there's 2 statutes on point that arguably say different things? Courts, and therefore me and Bruce and anyone else with who's law trained, will engage in what's called statutory construction. What's that mean? Construction means how do you construe statutes? How do we interpret and apply statutes? Well, those questions of statutory interpretation, how do you interpret and apply them? They're questions of law that is for the court to decide. So the court has told us what to do when you have 2 statutes on point. So keep going. So here's what the Supreme Court says we do when you have 2 statutes on point like this. The purpose of this exercise of statutory construction is to discover the true intention of the law, which is to be ascertained primarily from the language expressed in the statute. Okay, more direction from the Supreme Court. We are guided by the principle that a court should construe multiple statutes covering the same subject matter in a way as to give effect to all of the statutes if possible. Let me say that in other words. The court is not to find one cancels out the other, or that one supersedes the other, voids the other, moots the other. Nope, the court tries to read them harmoniously to give effect to both. The court says a statute must be construed so that effect is given to all its provisions, so that no part will be inoperative, superfluous, meaning mooted, canceled out, excellent, void, or insignificant. So that's what we must do when we look at 2 potentially conflicting statutes. So using that requirement given to us by the South Dakota Supreme Court, can we read these 2 statutes harmoniously and give effect to both in some manner? Yes, we can. We can look at the first statute and we can say any governing body, more than just counties, any governing body may abandon any.
If you're online, I need to mute if you're online. It's been distracting.
So we can read these harmoniously. If we read that statute as saying any governing body may abandon any automatic tabulating or electronic ballot marking system as long as federal elections, which are run by counties, utilize the electronic ballot marking system, can give effect to both statutes in that way. There's a second rule of statutory construction. In addition to the one I just described, there's a second one that the Supreme Court requires us to walk through. In addition, the rules of statutory construction dictate that statutes of specific application take precedence over statutes of general application. Well, what's that mean? Go ahead. Statutes of specific application take precedence. This is out of another case, so you see it twice. So how do we do that for these two statutes? So the statute on top is the specific statute. It talks about candidates for federal office, not any and all contests on any ballot. It implicitly refers to counties because only counties run federal elections that have federal candidates on the ballot. So that's specific to those races, federal elections, and to counties only counties run federal elections. The second statute is general. It says any governing body. That means cities, counties, school boards, water districts, you name it. And it says that you can experiment with, adopt, not use those systems in any of those kinds of elections that you might have, township elections, water district elections, etc. You can see that's the more general statute. So the Supreme Court, under those types of rules, will say the more specific statute governs over or takes precedent over the more general statute. There's really no need for me to continue on because number 3 violates state law. In my opinion, it violates state law. But I know there's some interest in what HAVA requires, so I'm going to cover that. So HAVA, you hear people call it, stands for the Help America Vote Act. If you remember, like I do, the Bush v. Gore debacle with the hanging chads, the dimpled chads, the people looking at ballots like this to see if somebody had tried to punch out a hole in front of the candidate of choice. Congress allowed all of America to receive funding to replace its antiquated lever-pulling, chad-punching machines for something that takes us more into the 21st century. So HAVA requires this, that each voting system shall, not may, shall, A, be accessible for individuals with disabilities, including non-visual accessibility for the blind and visually impaired, in a manner that provides the same opportunity for access and participation, including privacy and independence as it does for other voters, and satisfy those requirements I just stated through the use of at least one direct recording electronic voting system or other voting system equipped for individuals with disabilities at each polling place. It goes on to say, and C, now there's no funding stipulations on A and B, but C says, if purchased with funds made available under subchapter 2 of HAVA on or after January 2007, if it's purchased with funds received under section 2 after 2007, it must meet the voting system standards that I just described. Brenda can verify for us that we used HAVA funds to purchase the express vote machines in 2019, correct?
Correct.
So we've met number C. For, if you remember back in the day, South Dakota had 9 or 11 counties that at that time qualified for requiring those machines to give Lakota interpretation, Lakota services. No counties currently are required to do that, but at some point those machines were required to do that, and if some counties were in the future required, they would need to be available in that manner. So HAVA goes on to define what a voting system is. There's a lot of slides here. This isn't super important, but keep it. I just want you to see this so you know that a voting system is not 1 or 2 of those machines. Our voting system is not the tabulators. Our voting system is not the express vote. It is the entirety of our voting system, as you might expect. So it includes all this stuff, and maybe just give 2 seconds for each slide. The voting system includes all of this. just maybe keep going if you have. So just note that there's a full breadth of all that's included in the voting system under HAVA. It's not true that the voting system is only 2 types of machines. The last segment of this section that I've just been talking about in HAVA says, each state and jurisdiction shall be required to comply with the requirements of this section on and after July 1st, 2006. It is required. Another section of HAVA says the requirements established by the subchapter are minimum requirements. And then it goes on to say state law can be more strict in allowing more such protections, but it can't do less than the minimum requirements. The methods of implementing those requirements are left to the state. So HAVA says specific choices on how you comply. The specific brand names of these brands of these machines are left to the state. Just in case you don't believe HAVA and you don't believe my rendition of what I just put in front of you that HAVA says, here is a court out of New York. There's not much litigation under HAVA, but this one says Title III, which I just read for you, a portion of it for you, of HAVA sets minimum requirements for federal elections. Particularly important here is section 15481. I just showed you that section, which sets standards for voting systems in federal elections. It's required. It's required. All right, so here's subchapter 2. Remember the funding that I just talked about, where Brenda confirmed that she received funding and purchased express vote machines in 2019. So that chapter says this HAVA requires a state plan that contains a description of a whole bunch of stuff. I just listed the first. So our state HAVA plan, which here it is, has to include a number of things in there. So here's excerpts from South Dakota State HAVA plan. You can see the mission here. Please note that one of the missions of our state HAVA plan and HAVA is to enfranchise as many eligible voters as possible. And you'll see lots of discussion about disabled voters throughout here in HAVA. Our state HAVA plan was asked to indicate how South Dakota will use the requirements payments that come in through section 2 to fill out or to carry forth the requirements of Title III. And here's what our South Dakota HAVA plan says. Since South Dakota's HAVA compliant, all remaining HAVA funds, and it goes on to talk about how it can be used to improve elections for those with disabilities, etc. There's a lot more to the HAVA plan. I'm just putting some things in here, but it requires that voters with disabilities include, and it defines who are voters with disabilities. The activities that South Dakota's HAVA plan allows us to use that money that we were given can be spent on all of this stuff. Notice it's not just for 1 or 2 machines. It is including money to be spent on total vote. That is the system that Brenda and every single county auditor uses to register voters. It uploads to the state system. Our Secretary of State uses that system. It allows us to show the public who won elections very quickly, all kinds of things. And HAVA funding pays for all of that under our state plan. Only counties are eligible for local grant funding. So this is more than you need to know, but our state gets a state fund. Our state doles out money to the counties for county-held HAVA funds. Our state holds county earmarked, but state-held HAVA funds. It's a complex plan. These are things that HAVA funds can be used to reimburse county expenses for. You'll see it's more than just the cost of 2 machines. The Secretary of State created this HAVA plan, and we've since amended it, and I'm showing you the amended one, but we are HAVA compliant, we have a HAVA plan. So also in our state HAVA plan, it says establish instructions. Oh, this is the, you clicked the wrong one of the 2 options. But yeah, because I corrected it this morning. It's in mine in front of me, but in our statewide HAVA plan, it asks us to supply to the federal government, the EAC, what we are doing to comply. And I'll just pull it up here for you so I can read it to you. We have to indicate how we will, it's also wrong, how we will fulfill the goal of putting 1 disability machine in each polling place. And our state HAVA plan indicates how we shall do that. I can get you the corrected one later. Put it up later. So with that, I'm going to totally switch gears. I know some have questioned whether or not when a petition, this one in particular, was submitted to the county auditor, whether it's immediately filed. It is not immediately filed. It was submitted, but not filed. So keep going. There's some statutes directly on point. You'll see that the language used in this statute 12-139 and Administrative Rule of South Dakota 502-0800 use the term submitted. Somebody can submit it. Then the county auditor is required to go through a number of things to determine if there's enough signatures that are verified, if the petition's on that correct form. There's a whole list of stuff that your county auditor goes through. And only if it meets those requirements can your county auditor accept that petition and then file it. So if you hand in a blank sheet of paper or something that's not an adequate bylaw petition, Brenda does not need to immediately file it until here's a nice example of one of the several statutes on point. No petition submitted may be made available to the public until the validation process has been completed and the office where that petition was submitted has filed or rejected the petition. Brenda has filed the petition because she did her job. She went through all these things that I just described. There's quite a few things she went through, and she made sure there was sufficient signatures, it was on the right form, there's all these things that she went through and has to go through before she can file your petition. So anyway, this gives you the process. I want you to be assured that Brenda followed this correctly, and it should not ever be filed. It's not filed the date it's submitted. Just some more statutes that talk about validating before you file, and just flip through these. So here's the statute that brings us here today. So if a petition to initiate is filed with your county auditor, and it's been filed now, the auditor shall present it to the Board of County Commissioners. While I'm talking about this, can you switch over to the other one? It's got some updated stuff.
I don't know.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, just switch over to the other original. So I'll keep talking about the statute while they find it. So today, your county commission either needs to decide to accept the petition, which would mean then it goes to a vote of the county electorate, or they can choose to reject it. And even though that statute doesn't talk about rejecting petitions, South Dakota Supreme Court allows for that. There are reasons why the Supreme Court will not allow petitions to make it onto the ballot, one of which is for some of those three reasons that I walked you through earlier, because it contravenes or is in conflict with state law. Maybe it duplicates state law, so it's void. Supreme Court's not going to make you put a void provision on a ballot and make the people vote for it and you pay for that election, or if it preempts the field. So also Supreme Court case law says and makes very clear that an initiated county petition, county ordinance, cannot exercise more rights than your county commission can. So if your county commission can't pass the ordinance, you can't initiate it as an ordinance through the people through a petition. Make sense? So if this county can't pass an ordinance that conflicts with state or federal law, the people can't force it to by initiating an ordinance. So I don't know if you have any luck.
We got it. It's just not coming up on that.
Oh, okay.
Stand by. Can you tell us which Supreme Court cases support this position?
Yeah, Paper versus Dual County Board of Commissioners, and there are others. I'll show you the citations to that if we can pull it up.
It's coming on, Bruce. You just turned it off again. Where's your remote?
There's others too, which I've got all on the, I just need the right version.
Here, corner to corner. There we go. No, that goes off.
That one's on. That one's on.
Yeah, it's a trick. So you have to go to the corner and do it.
Well, can you step over just that way a tab? I think maybe.
Don't hit your
There we go. Let's try it now. There it is. They're dual links, so if we don't catch it at the same time. No, it's there. It's just not showing.
Shoots. Well, I've got some citations to South Dakota Supreme Court so that you can.
We'll let take a quick breath and let Greg see if he can get this fixed. Sorry, folks.
They get one side and then the other again.
It's a lot of information. So yeah, makes me glad I didn't go to law school.
She's summarizing it very well.
She is.
We only have one.
Janice is really good at this stuff too. So what I've got in there that we can't pull up, there's several Supreme Court cases that indicate it is proper for county commissioners to reject a petition if it includes one of those three things. It would put something void to a vote. If it exceeds the power of the county board of commissioners to submit, or would otherwise contradict state law. I'll go towards the bottom. There's some additional screens that I added to the newest version.
Make sure that comes
up.
Okay, yeah.
Where to stop?
Yep.
There.
Go one more back.
That one.
Nope. Go forward. Yep. So I can
That
just
one?
screen three. Yep.
There we go.
Okay.
So
there we go.
Thank you.
Should the county commissioners today approve or adopt and allow the petition to go to a vote of the people? Advocacy groups, especially in South Dakota, the ACLU is very active. There's other advocacy groups that like to challenge our voting statutes. Please believe me, I can tell you from experience, I've defended these for 22 years. They like to bring those suits. They like to bring them under federal law. Federal law usually has a fee shifting provision in it, meaning if you, the county, lose, you have to pay not only your own attorney's costs, as you've been paying all along, but you have to pay the ACLU attorney's fees. I can tell you it's never me against one ACLU attorney, it's me against 8 to 15 ACLU attorneys, and they charge $400 to $900 an hour. That's a very expensive and, in my opinion, losing proposition to put the county in that position, and the taxpayers' monetary base to have to be used in that manner. Please don't think that you can just recirculate the petition by striking out number 3. There are other problems with the petition. I'm not going to talk about them much. Just here's a couple examples. So number 1 on the petition says, all elections in Lawrence County shall be conducted by paper ballot only. All elections in South Dakota are already conducted by paper ballot only. So that falls into the category of it being duplicative and therefore void. There's other portions that talk about ballots only being counted after 7 p.m. on election day. They all already are counted after 7 p.m. So there's other issues, there's wording issues. Please don't just take out number 3 and recirculate it. Hire an attorney. I can't emphasize this strongly enough. Hire an attorney if you want to recirculate the petition. I am happy to take a phone call from that attorney. Bruce is happy to take a phone call from that attorney to make sure it's actually written in a way that complies with state and federal law. I think that's all that you've got on there. Let me add one more thing. You may have noted that in nothing that I presented does it at all ever talk about whether we should, can, legally, anything about moving to hand-counted ballots. That is not the issue. If you've been told the issue here today is whether the county should go to hand-counting ballots, you've been misinformed. None of this has to do with whether the county can or should go to hand-counting ballots. Please let that sink in. Did everybody hear that?
Say more about that.
Everything that I have issue with and that the law has issue with, I put up for the most part. And none of that speaks to whether the county can or should go from automated tabulating machines, which are not an issue, and instead of using that, moving to hand counting. That's not the issue.
Okay. All right, without further ado, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Sarah, will you give me a copy of the presentation, the updated one, and I can post it on the website? I'll post it on the meeting website for this meeting. I'll go back and do that. Fair enough? Great.
Okay, at this time, I want to allow the 2 gals that brought this petition forward to give you a little opportunity here to speak on your petition. So if whichever one wants to go first, if you'd please stand up and state your name and address for the record, please. And if you have anything to add to.
Nicole Braithwaite, 3135 American Eagle Road, Mesa.
Sure.
Thank you.
We're going to try to limit everyone to just a few minutes. So.
Well, Ms. Frankenstein had 33 minutes.
That's
so,
not right. That's right.
Well,
This is our first time able to speak at a public function. That's not right.
I'll do my best to get through it quickly for you.
All right, thank you.
So I just want to kind of bottom line this up front. This is not some fringe element. It's a political groundswell that's already secured over 1,300 signatures from your constituents, demanding more accountability to ensure the security of their votes. The argument that we should roll over for the federal HAVA law and threat of lawsuit when we don't have to is a red herring designed to scare rather than inform. Whether we have electronic or hand counting, if we put in place systems to assist the disabled, we are in compliance. State law gives broad latitude for counties to experiment with or wholly replace their election systems to put in place a system that best suits the voters in their county and ensure a free and fair election. The people are demanding a change to the status quo. Will you listen? Some great words from a very, very prominent attorney in Spearfish. So on Monday, 26 February, Kate Johnson and I delivered to the auditor's office nearly 1,300 signatures from Lawrence County citizens who wish to bring hand counting to a vote. On March 4th, Brendan Magruder emailed me and said that the sufficient number of qualified voters have signed the petition. I also received her letter informing me that we had met the requirement, although with the wrong date, and thank you for the clarification. This number of qualified voters is a big number. The number of people concerned about election integrity in our county is a big number, nearly 1,300, and I guarantee you there are more. The goal of this petition is to get the issue of machine counting our vote to a vote of the people in Lawrence County. This is exactly what we told the people of Lawrence County as we were collecting signatures. We were overwhelmingly met with thanks and encouragement from those who signed the petition. Many people had no idea that machines were counting our votes. They assumed that since we use paper ballots and we hand count, it would be easy to think that since tabulators are not present in each location. Polls nationwide indicate that people do not want machines involved in our elections and believe that there was fraud in our election process. Exit polls at recent primary elections have voters expressing that they believe Joe Biden is illegitimate. We are hearing from the FBI that we are going to face election-related cyber attacks. There is zero trust from the people on election machines. In fact, it seems the only ones who trust the machines are the people currently sitting in elected positions and the lawyers that they hire. I'm submitting 48 pages from multiple sources regarding this polling, and I have all of this electronically that I'll send, but I brought copies. The initiative ordinance was presented according to Chapter 7 of South Dakota Codified Law, Ordinances and Resolutions. It's a single subject initiative with 6 bullet points on how our elections are to be conducted in this county. Our county commissioners can single-handedly make the change we are seeking, but have thus far refused to have a conversation with us. 2 counties have already done it. According to South Dakota Codified Law 1217B3, the intent of that statute is the authority of the governing body to adopt, experiment with, or abandon a system. Any governing body having supervision of elections within any political subdivision may adopt, experiment with, or abandon any automatic tabulating or electronic ballot marking system. You've already seen it. There's a copy of the law. The people of Lawrence County have met the criteria to vote on the conduct of elections in Lawrence County. South Dakota Codified Law 718A-13. If a petition to initiate is filed with the auditor shall present it to the Board of County Commissioners at its next regular special meeting. The board shall enact the proposed ordinance or resolution and shall submit it to a vote of the voters in the manner prescribed for a referendum within 60 days after final enactment. There's no authority in statute for a deputy state's attorney to determine if the initiative petition meets the one issue mandate. Furthermore, South Dakota Codified Law 2-111, the petitions herein provided for shall be liberally construed so that the real intention of the petitioners may not be debated by a mere technicality. Additionally, South Dakota Codified Law 2-111.1 specifies that initiated measures, proposed laws, or amendments initiated by citizens must embrace only one subject, which should be clearly expressed in the title of the measure. This initiative ordinance is clearly a single subject ordinance. In fact, in reviewing the county's own ordinance on creating licensing provisions for cannabis establishments, it lists 17 items all related to the topic. This is exactly how our petition is laid out. Ours is even simpler with 6 points. I submit to you your own ordinance with 17 sections to it. The reference to this being unconstitutional is false. As mentioned in your last meeting, that was a constitutional amendment related to the marijuana issue, and it was rejected because there was inclusion of both marijuana and hemp, two different substances and subjects. This is a county ordinance, not a constitutional amendment, which are also not the same thing. South Dakota case law from Baker versus Atkinson, which I'm sure Bruce is very familiar with, from the time frame of 1999 to 2001, when Lawrence County refused a petition, has several statements in it that support the liberal construction of issues on the petition. So I submit to you the 9-page decision from that court. In this case, as expected, it appears that the single subject requirement does apply to petitions, however, nearly not as strict as it applies to amendments. The court ultimately did say the petition was acceptable. The court issued a writ of mandamus to force the county commissioners to have an election. Note that in the decision, there is flexibility for wording on the ballot and room for clarification. We would be happy to clarify that disabled voters will not be impacted. But I state here again that South Dakota law says that the county can get rid of the system. That's the intention behind 1217B-3. I also need to make it clear to all that even if we were not to make this clarification for disabled voters, federal law is not being broken, and in actuality, the county may be the ones who are breaking the laws of the HAVA Act. Our petitioners are asking for paper ballots, hand counted in the precinct with no machines. When the team wrote and reviewed this petition, the petitioner's intent was absolutely not to infringe on the rights of anybody who's disabled. None of us want to see people who already have challenges further impacted. Nobody on this team distrusts our election workers. We are not interested in seeing the county embroiled in lawsuits. While we admit that we do not think the county should be using any of the express vote systems because they are ES&S equipment, we also believe that if we're able to hand count those ballots that are provided via that system, we could accept that. Further, it should be said that allowing anyone, and most certainly our nation's most vulnerable, to utilize an election system provided by a company whose machines have been proven hackable is unjust and cruel. The Lawrence County Auditor has provided us with information that our express vote machines have been used 0 times by people in the 2020 general and primary elections and the 2022 general and primary elections. 0 times. Further, she stated that her team assists disabled and elderly in person in the nursing homes as requested. They do not bring the machines to the nursing homes. They help those who request it according to Title 52. Again, 1217B-3 says county commissioners, the intention behind this law, can get rid of the express vote system, an electronic ballot marking system. Why is it claimed to be against law if we, the citizens, ask for it, but South Dakota law says the county can do it? Further, the South Dakota Supreme Court has ruled that any question about the legality of a proposed ordinance cannot be determined by the governing body, but rather the voters can consider its legality when voting for or against the measure in the case of Bone versus Bueno 2024. And here's that court decision. In addition, we have an opinion from one of our nation's leading election experts, Claypart, a 20-year expert in cybersecurity and who worked 9 years for the EAC testing equipment and enforcing HAVA. In the letter provided to you, here you go, he states, calling the people's petitions unconstitutional because they would violate HAVA by not allowing ADA machines. This is inaccurate. HAVA does not state that machines are required for use by those with disabilities. Additionally, the state would not lose funding. Title I, Section 101B, use of payment in general of HAVA states made under this section to carry out one or more of the following activities. This allows for a multitude of things that could be done. It doesn't mandate the use of machines. I will add that the use of the current ballot marking devices may actually violate HAVA and EAC requirements. Title III, Subtitle A, Section 301, states that the system shall permit the voter to verify in a private and independent manner the votes selected by the voter on the ballot before the ballot is cast and counted. Both Dominion and ES&S use either barcodes or a QR code to evaluate the votes cast on the ballot. These are not readable by a human being. The recent Northampton County, Pennsylvania election is an example. The printed text did not reflect the voter's intent, yet the county claimed the barcode was correct. The people of South Dakota have the right to petition their county and vote to change their laws. They can decide whether they want to use an electronic voting system or not. Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution uses the word chosen, meaning that the people have the authority as they have a duty to vote. So if people within the county of South Dakota petition and vote to not use machines, that is well within their right. I also understand that the county signed a contract with ES&S that can be terminated at any time. You should heavily consider voiding that contract. You don't have the mechanism to provide the voters of Lawrence County a verifiable vote count, which should equal a voided contract. Our auditor is not fully trained on all of the ES&S capabilities, which should equal a voided contract. Our auditor cannot in good conscience communicate all of the aspects of the machines and how they work internally and generate data, which should equal a voided contract. I'm also providing copies of FOIA requests to the Lawrence County Auditor along with her responses and a listing of the applicable laws and EAC HAVA Act requirements where the county seems to be the ones breaking the law. These requests are dated June of 2022, and there's 3 attachments, the FOIA request, the response, and then a rebuttal. To summarize, in her response to request number 3 for video surveillance footage of the drop boxes, Lawrence County Auditor admits to committing a felony violation of federal and state election records retention laws when she states that footage was not retained from September of 2020 to November of 2020. Applicable laws are listed in the provided exhibit. In her response to number 8 for cast vote records, she insists that cast vote records do not exist. Yes, they do. If our ES&S tabulator machines in Lawrence County are not making CVRs, they must be decertified and discontinued for use immediately, as EAC certification requires CVRs as a function of the machine and the digital audit trail. In her response to request number 9 for ES&S contracts, she insists that contracts for ES&S are not open to public inspection. And actually, yes, they are. Any contracts paid for and expenditure of public funds is a public record. ES&S contracts signed and paid for by county do not contain any network schema, passwords, IDs. This is a gross misapplication of the law and a far-reaching effort to block citizens from viewing the contracts signed by county, paid for with their money. In her response to request number 10 regarding ES&S audit logs, she states that ES&S considers audit logs proprietary. This is a huge red flag. Why would we use a vendor that says that their stuff is proprietary? It shouldn't be utilized, and our election process is to be free, fair, and totally transparent, and right now it's not. ES&S is a vendor. They don't have any business giving legal advice or have the authority to interpret or suggest interpretations of the law for a customer. Audit logs contain no secret information, but guess what they would show? What they would show is any unauthorized attempts to enter the system, any remote access, and any IP addresses hitting that machine. This is what ES&S wants to hide. In response to request 11 for purchase agreements, Ms. Magruder states that purchase agreements for ES&S hardware and software are not open to inspection. Again, yes, they are. Contracts paid for by public funds is a public record. I'm submitting a 13-page document on federal law regarding voting systems and accessibility. Voting systems defined by HAVA are electronic in nature, just as the lovely attorney showed us. HAVA is a federal grant program. Grant programs are voluntary. HAVA funds accepted by the state are used to purchase electronics. HAVA funds are distributed to the state. The state of South Dakota disperses funds to the counties to purchase machines or reimburse them for machines purchased. Each county is an independent election jurisdiction. They are not required to take HAVA funds and can discontinue use of electronic equipment purchased with HAVA funds at any time. Counties using electronic tabulators purchased with HAVA funds then must have at least one electronic ADA device per polling station. Counties not using an electronic voting system as defined in HAVA then are not required to adhere to the guidelines for electronic voting systems or provide at least one electronic ADA device per polling station. Counties using a central count system to count ballots at the courthouse do not have to comply with ADA accessible machines in each polling place per HAVA, covered here soon in number 8. Nothing about a county going machine free will affect the state's HAVA funding or compliance, and there are protections in the law for paper balloting and machine free counting. A state or jurisdiction that uses a paper ballot voting system, a punch card voting system, or a central count voting system, including mail-in absentee ballots and mail-in ballots, may meet the requirements of subparagraph A by establishing a voter education program specific to that voting system, paper voting system, hand counted, that notifies each voter of the effect of casting multiple votes for an office, and providing the voter with instruction on how to correct the ballot before it is cast and counted. The voting system shall ensure that any notification required under this paragraph preserves the privacy of the voter and confidentiality of the ballot. Protection, section 2 is protection of paper ballot voting systems. And for this purpose, the term verify may not be defined in a manner that makes it impossible for a paper ballot voting system to meet the requirements of such subsection or to be modified to meet such requirements. This is all from HAVA. Title 52, section 10508 allows for disabled voters to have a person assisting them. You do it in the nursing homes. It reads, any voter who requires assistance to vote by reason of blindness, disability, or inability to read or write may be given assistance by a person of the voter's choice, other than the voter's employer or agent of that employer or officer or agent of the voters union. The state of South Dakota has not received any HAVA funds for equipment since 2020. A state is eligible to receive a requirements payment for a fiscal year if the chief executive officer of the state or designee, in consultation and coordination with the chief state election official, has filed with the commission a statement certifying that the state is in compliance with the requirement referred to in subsection on the EAC website, funding levels by state. It is clear in federal law that there is allowance for machine-free option for voting and counting. The voting system described in HAVA is electronic in nature. Electronic voting systems must allow for ADA compliant devices. Removing the electronic voting system then removes the requirement for ADA compliant electronic devices. Title 52, 10508 clearly allows for human assistance for those who need it. The argument that machine-free voting system is unconstitutional and illegal is blatantly false. Again, a county governing body has the authority under the law to adopt, experiment with, or abandon the system. That is the true intention behind South Dakota Codified Law 1217B-3. Mrs. Frankenstein and many county state's attorneys are claiming also that it's illegal to hand count paper ballots by referencing the following law, South Dakota Codified Law 12614, form of official primary ballot prescribed by state board. I just want to make it clear that that law and rule that's being quoted refers to the form of the ballot only. It has nothing to do with how the ballots are counted, tabulated, or tallied. And that's this handout here. What I can tell you is South Dakota Election Code in Chapter 12 has an extensive amount of laws and rules that dictate hand counting in the precinct, which are being completely ignored statewide. We have pages of South Dakota Codified Law that approves hand counting on paper ballots. They're being completely ignored. In particular, 1220-5, count of votes for candidates, scrutiny of ballots by precinct deputies, decisions on disputed ballots. 1220-8, precinct superintendent and precinct deputies to record intention of voter. 1220-11, entry of precinct vote into unofficial return list, return with election returns. 1220-21, return of ballot boxes, returns, records, and supplies to officer in charge. Tampering prohibited, violation as a felony. Many a county in South Dakota send the auditor or a representative to the auditor's office to assist the nursing home vote. They don't bring the express vote machines to the nursing home for the elderly or blind to vote with. There are poll watchers or county employees that assist the voters with voting on a paper ballot. Each nursing home can and should be considered a polling place. With this argument of removing ADA devices from polling places as illegal or unconstitutional event, would each prior election conducted in the state of South Dakota then be considered unconstitutional and a violation of HAVA because of the lack of electronic ballot marking devices in the nursing homes or hospitals? We've made this the main thing here, and we don't even use the machines. The so-called legal experts in the state, such as Ms. Frankenstein and the state's attorneys, have produced less than reliable or accurate legal interpretation of election-related public records related to cast vote records and audit logs. Their argument is still that cast vote records don't exist. Every one of the legal arguments put forth by the state's attorneys has proven to be false. They now have an ethical obligation to advise their clients of the new evidence and to admit their argument was incorrect. However, to date, this has not happened. Last year, Ms. Frankenstein was touring the state of South Dakota, promoting the failed voter registration verification system known as ERIC. Up to a dozen states have canceled their contracts with ERIC due to the massive breach of contract and failure to clean the voter rolls in multiple states. Yet Ms. Frankenstein has not publicly reversed her opinion in promotion of ERIC. The so-called legal experts now claiming that a county going machine-free voting and vote tabulating is somehow unconstitutional or in violation of law is yet another example of less than truthful and ethical application of the law. The protections allowed for paper balloting system in the federal law are being ignored by Ms. Frankenstein and her publicly circulated legal opinion, and are not being revealed to those who are relying on her professional opinion. And now we're paying her $300 an hour. The public officials, legislators, and petitioners deserve to know the full application of HAVA. You sure cruise through that real fast, rather than the one-line version of Ms. Frankenstein's opinion, which is clearly taken out of context to intentionally confuse and intimidate citizens and county officials who have every legal right to petition to make the county free of any and all electronic voting systems. Any public official voting on a legislative bill or county ordinance with the intent of stopping a fully legal and constitutionally protected citizen-led movement to petition their government with less than factual information is unethical at best.
Keep it civil.
It would behoove any elected official to reflect on their oath sworn to the United States Constitutions and remind themselves of exactly what their elected position is instituted for. Any elected public official is there by the will of the people, to represent the people, with the power given to them by the people. In a republic, the people are the government. All officials would benefit from reminding themselves of this and then make fully educated decisions with all of the facts and evidence in front of them. There is absolutely nothing unlawful for a county to move to abandon the system of electronic voting systems. 2 counties just did it on their own. There's absolutely nothing unlawful for a county petition to require machine-free elections. The federal and state law clearly have protections for machine-free voting and counting. However, it is clear that transporting the ballots from the precinct prior to counting the votes is a violation of the law, and our superintendents have been put at risk of committing felony violations due to poor training and lack of legal enforcement of election law in the state of South Dakota. Any lawyer who is promoting an opinion to the opposite is unethically and immorally weaponizing the law to fit a politically motivated agenda, and is in clear violation of the code of conduct of lawyers per the State Bar Association rules. Finally, regarding petitioning and how you plan to address the citizens you represent, the South Dakota Constitution in Article 3, Section 1 states that the people expressly reserve to themselves the right to propose measures which shall be submitted to a vote of the electors of the state. Article 6, Section 4 of the South Dakota Constitution states that the right of petition and of the people peacefully to assemble to consult for the common good and make known their opinions shall never be abridged. Section 26 further states that all political power is inherent in the people, and all free government is founded on their authority and is instituted for their equal protection and benefit. And they have the right in lawful and constituted methods to alter or reform their forms of government in such manner as they may think proper. The U.S. Constitution refers to the same inherent rights to petition the government in the First Amendment. The 14th Amendment states that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Most importantly, the right of petition shall never be abridged. As the people of South Dakota become more engaged in citizen participation and oversight of their government, we must ask ourselves, why are elected officials attempting to limit engagement and possibly violate constitutional rights? All free government is founded on the authority of the people. I believe we can move forward together to ensure that the elections in Lawrence County are protected from the possibility of manipulation. The people of Lawrence County have met the criteria, and you shall, according to state statute, schedule the election defining the conduct of elections within Lawrence County. Thank you.
Okay, were you the speaker for your group?
Kate has some words to pass on.
Okay,
Can I email it to you? Yes.
Our county legal counsel had to step out. His mother's in the hospital in Sioux Falls, so he's dealing with a few issues here. So please be respectful of that. Is your presentation as long, Kate?
No, it's fine.
All right.
She has most of the statutes in there.
Go ahead. Please state your name and address. Please.
Yep, I'm Kate Crowley Johnson. I'm a lifetime resident of Lawrence County and St. Ange Township. And I'll make this as quick as I can. I want everyone to know in this room that currently there is litigation to retrieve the CVRs that our Secretary of State's office and the auditors across the state said did not exist. And it is federal law that they do have these CVRs to audit these ES&S computerized voting tabulators. Do you know that South Dakota never voted to implement these third control computerized machines. But instead, the federal government sneakily slipped it into our state. That, to me and many others, should be unconstitutional, especially when not one audit has ever been done on these machines for years now. No one would do business with a bank that only offered a bank balance every month with absolutely no proof. The standards for our election would never fly in the private sector. Before we could defend ourselves in our petition, lawyer Sarah Frankenstein and Deputy State's Attorney Bruce Alka claimed our petition was illegal and disfranchised disabled people. Frankenstein went so far to contact the South Dakota legislature to try to block our lawful petition by legislation. I felt accused and found guilty before I had due process within my own county. Thankfully, the legislature voted down the devious maneuver and saw through the facade. Most importantly, I have a very close family member who has cerebral palsy. Disfranchising a disabled person is not something I would ever do and is not the intent of any petitioner. In the attached email from Brenda Magruder to Nicole Brothwaite, it states the fact that 0 votes were cast on the express vote machines for the 2020 primary, the 2020 general, and the 22 primary, and the 22 general election. That is a total of 4 elections that no person has used. In the same email, the auditor, Brenda Magruder, said, yeah, I'm almost done.
Stick to task, and we're not here to chastise people today. Just
I'm here to
stick to
state
the facts. Stick to the facts, because I'm not going to allow.
These are facts.
You limit your abuse to people.
No, I'm stating facts. In the same email, the auditor, these are facts. In the same email, the auditor Brenda Magruder said they didn't use them. I reclaim my time, by the way.
Pardon?
I reclaim my time. In the same email, the auditor Brenda Magruder said they didn't use them in the nursing homes, to which would be a violation of Frankenstein's, Alka's, and Executive Director Cole Euchre's own claims that it is illegal. That's fact. If the Executive Director Euchre really cared about the rights of the disabled, he should be concerned with the way the auditor is conducting the nursing home votes. That's a fact. Exactly what are these people screaming about when no one uses them, and who exactly would suddenly become disenfranchised when no one is using them? That would equal exactly 0 disenfranchised voters. As Nicole points out in her statement, we would be abiding by the Chapter 52 for disabled voters. I have a very important question for the commissioners. How much of the taxpayers' money will be wasted contracted with a private law firm to defend the status quo when it's obvious the majority of the population across the county and state do not want these computerized tabulators? Any election system that uses portable media to transfer data to easily hackable, to transfer data are easily hackable. The military has not used thumb drives for decades because that's how we hacked Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The thumb drives show that the auditors put on pre-election across the state is nothing but a smoking mirrors routine. Our finest Air Force electronic systems are assumed to be hacked, as their cybersecurity teams are endlessly detecting new hacks. In response to the lead police chief John Wayman Jr.'s opposition to hand counting initiative petition, there is breaking news out of Michigan, and here's a taste of the affidavit by Sheriff Darleaf. My department is in possession of sensitive documents that are part of an ongoing investigation involving Dominion employees. These Dominion employees directed and tasked Serbian foreign nationals to remotely access the Michigan election system. That can be found in article Gateway Pundit, the affidavit. The link is below. We have a constitutional right to bring forth a legal initiative to the people to vote on hand counting. And blocking a legal initiative petition is disenfranchising a significant amount of people in this county. There's currently over 35 counties in South Dakota doing a similar petition. As the South Dakota Supreme Court ruling of Baker versus Atkin states, we the petitioners are allowed a liberal structured petition, and it can be properly structured with the precision for the initiative ballot. It has been brought to our attention that ex-deputy auditor of Lawrence County, who is now works for the city of Lead in the planning, her name is Robin Lucero, has been emailing people. It was brought to our attention yesterday, who worked for various municipals. One being Ron Everett, who I believe is Leeds elected mayor, who works for Goldport. Cole Euchre says the PAVA, he also writes a statement to the commissioners. He works for PAVA, South Dakota PAVA, as the, well, I'm not going to get into it, I don't have that much time, but he works for PAVA as a, I believe their executive officer.
We've seen the documents.
Okay,
you're
good.
making reference to.
Okay. So he says PAVA, the PAVA under HAVA started in 2002. According to Robin Lucero, she was a deputy auditor from 2008 to 23. Correct me if I'm wrong, but for most of Lucero's employment, Lawrence County did not even have an express vote machine. As stated before, 0 handicapped people have been disenfranchised because it was used 0 times in 4 elections. In Lucero's exaggeration, she claims the petitions are will damage disabled people's right to vote, and wanted Ron Everett and other multiple city employees to oppose the petition initiative. As I was reading her different disinformation and drama-filled email, it reminded me of people running around yelling, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling," just as Laura Frankenstein did in her letter to the legislature and every official across the state in order to block and damage us and our petition at legislation. In conclusions, statutes that refer to criminal actions by an attorney are as follows. South Dakota Codified Law 1618-26 expresses every attorney at law who practices any deceit or collusion or consents to the same with intent to deceive the court or any party. South Dakota Codified Law 1618-19 and 1618-28 liability of attorney for treble damages for misconduct as well. I feel Outcut and Frankenstein have both spread misinformation, crying wolf on purpose. I do not want to go to court with this, but I have to admit, it would be quite entertaining watching 2 attorneys and an ex-auditor on the stand spouting off their misinformation and drama as they are calling out fake wolf that does not exist. Lastly, this is directed to the commission. The damages that have occurred to myself as a petitioner and our petition cannot stop right now. Excuse me, and the damages to myself and our petition can stop right now by Outcut and Frankenstein redacting their public statements and allowing for us to work this out.
Okay, are you finished?
I have just one thing. I have a quote from Winston Churchill after World War II. Here then was one of the great secrets of the war and of the world, but hardly anyone would believe it, and almost all the great responsible authorities stood gazing at it with vacant eyes.
Thank you. Sir, do you want to get another individual who would like to speak to this type? Please, your name and who you're representing for the record, please.
Appreciate it. My name is Cole Euchre. I'm with Disability Rights South Dakota, and I was highlighted a few times in the last speech, so I'm glad at least my name's getting out there a little bit. I'm kind of making some waves. So I appreciate the time to speak. As indicated, under our agency, we operate off of several grants, federal grants, and one of those grants by which we operate is the PAVA grant, and that was created under the Help America Vote Act. Right? So it's an act. It's not really a grant program. That's an act. That's a federal law. And under that, there are grants that are issued for voting activities and include the PAVA program. And so that's why I'm here today. That's why we have an interest in that. And I'm an attorney, but sitting here today, I've heard kind of 3-dimensional chess, and I really didn't come prepared to play that sort of type of legal game with everybody, I really came prepared to play some checkers a little bit more, just kind of talk about it on a personal level, just kind of bring the tone down, just talk about really what is that issue, you know. And I think there is a lot of discussion about, and I started to jot it down, and some of the words that were used were possibilities and concerns and uncertainty and things like that. And all these things are corrosive to our legislative or electoral process. And I think those are important things to take into account, because people with disabilities have an interest in having a secure election cycle that they can have trust in. And so they too have an interest in that. But, you know, I mean, they also have an interest in actually participating, having a chance to participate and have a real chance to do so at their polling place. And that's what I want to talk to you all about. And not only participate as a voter, but participate like every other voter. You know, when I was a little kid, I remember asking my mom who she voted for. I was a little kid, probably me and my little brother was there. And I asked her, who did she vote for in the last election? And I don't even know whether it was an election or what was going on. I asked her who she voted for. And she told me, just as a little kid, that's private. You know, that's not something that we talk about. That's something that we keep to ourselves. And that's something I've carried with me. That's a very solemn and important part of our American experience, is that we get to keep that thing private. And people with disabilities are Americans just like anyone else. They have that right to keep that private. And if they can vote securely and independently and privately, they should be afforded that opportunity, right? You know, and the reason why there's so much passion around this is because we all talk about rights and opportunities and making money and pipelines and all these things all the time, and none of that makes any difference if we're not, as American citizens, allowed to vote. Our rights don't make any difference if we don't get to choose the people that are put into place to protect those rights and to make the rights to possibly take them away. That's why this is such an emotional issue. And this is something that it was really novel. It was a really big deal for the founders to do this, to make us able to vote for our elected officials. But they didn't get it right. They didn't get it right as much as we credit them with this great idea. It took until the late 1800s before African Americans were provided opportunity to vote. The 20s before women, Native Americans after that. And then in the 80s, then we start talking about, what about these polling places even being accessible architecturally to people with disabilities? Do we have to have a ramp so somebody that uses a wheelchair can get in there? So then we made great strides in the last 100, 200 years, right, in voting. In 2002, as discussed with Hava, we kind of looked at another aspect of voting is, let's say somebody has the ability to access the polling place to get into the building. And once they get in there, they, for whatever reason, are unable to read the ballot. They're unable to understand what is written there. Is there something available that can be done so that person can go into the voting booth, close the window, the curtain behind them, and by themselves participate in a sacred, place and do just as the rest of us Americans take for granted? And these voting machines are a tool to allow us to do that. It's a tool to allow us to do that. People with disabilities, that is. And so that tool has been outfitted with the ability to see, maybe more clearly, be able to hear the ballot read to you, be able to manipulate, if you can't hold a pen, to be able to manipulate that screen on your own, a variety, even puffs up capabilities, so that if you aren't able to manipulate anything at all, you can use your mouth and breath control to do that. So it allows somebody to do that. And I think that's important. I think that's just as important as the ramp that sits outside of the polling place. A couple things, because I am an attorney, I can't resist, because most of what was talked about that I had in here, I promise you, everything that was said, I had in here too. But I just want to talk about one thing that maybe wasn't mentioned is we talked about the South Dakota Constitution, right? I don't think that this was covered, but in there it says in Article 6, Section 28, it says the rights of individuals to vote by secret ballot is fundamental. If any state or federal law requires or permits an election for public office for any initiative or referendum, or for the designation or authorization of employee representation, the right of an individual to vote by secret ballot shall be guaranteed, right? I'm not trying to make a legal argument here about, one position or another. I'm just saying that that's the principle that we're talking about. We need to guarantee the right for people to be able to vote independently like anyone else, and that's what these things do. I can talk a little bit more about. Yeah, so I'm going to skip to the last paragraph because that was really my best work, anyways. In light of everything that we are as a in light of everything we are as a nation, all the progress we've made in 250 years, the petition before the commission today is, I think, has maybe the intention of ensuring that there's confidence in the election process. But I believe misses the mark because it would pull those machines out of voting places that are available to people, irrespective of whether people choose to use them or not. They need to be made available so that they're there available. And frankly, I think they should be in nursing homes too, if someone's going to a nursing home. But that's my point of view. That's for another day. But if the petition here is passed by the voters, it's sure to be challenged as a violation of multiple state and federal laws. But none of that matters. Well, challenged by our organization, for one, and certainly the ACLU, I'm sure, will be at party, so they'll be there too. But none of that matters. We can talk about laws, and we can talk about protections, and we can talk about all those things. Those are important. But I think what really resonates and what should resonate with people is that people with disabilities are our parents and grandparents, they're our siblings and loved ones, they're our friends, coworkers, neighbors, constituents, and fellow Americans. We ourselves are not counted. If we ourselves are not counted as part of that community, we may well be one day. So we need to keep in mind that it's unconscionable for this commission and the voters of Lawrence County to deprive those people with disabilities of the right and dignity to participate in electoral process privately, independently, and as fellow citizens. And the last thing I'll say, because I wrote this while I was standing over there, is that this commission's in a bit of a pickle. It sounds like, it sounds as though you have on one side one group that is saying that if the petition were to fail, that there may be legal action. And on the other side, if the petition were to succeed, there may be legal action. I guess for me, if I'm looking at this situation, I'm looking at the constitutional law, the federal law, the state law, and not unimportantly, just the interests of the people that are going to be affected. Maybe not intentionally, but discrimination comes in several forms. It can be intentional discrimination. It can also be discriminationary impact. You may not intend for an activity to discriminate against a group of people, but if it in fact has that impact or that effect, it's discrimination nonetheless. So I really encourage you guys to keep that in mind, and
thank you.
Let me know if you have anything to talk about.
Robin, you want to say just a few words?
Yep, thank you. My name's Robin Lucero, and you guys have my background now. I'm a resident of Leeds, and I stand in support of our current election laws and procedures in Lawrence County. Local elections in South Dakota serve as the foundation of our democracy, ensuring that the voices of our communities are heard and represented. I stand firm in defense of our local elections against those who come from outside of South Dakota, spreading misinformation and intimidating our local voters with non-truths. Election integrity in South Dakota is regulated through many procedures that are set in state statutes that we have heard here today: auditing, ballot numbers, testing the tabulation machines, election poll worker training, election day processes that guide the elections to be ran fair and according to law. The tabulation machine is tested at least 3 different times before hosting an election. 2 of these tests are open to the public. Who in this room has attended a public test of our tabulator? Thank you. The tests are manually created by the auditor's office. They manually mark the ballots. and then they manually make an Excel spreadsheet before those ballots are ran through the tabulator. That Excel spreadsheet is the manual check for each election to make sure the tabulator is counting those ballots correctly. And each ballot test that is ran has 100% match time each time it's tested. There is no evidence in Lawrence County of election fraud. Implementing hand counting ballots would be a major step backward in our election process, taking days for results, hiring additional election workers, and most importantly, increasing the margin of error in election results. I fully support the petition's efforts. I support being involved in local government. I helped get a chicken ordinance changed in Lead, so you can have 6 chickens in Lead. And when we did that, we worked with our local government to make sure our petition was correct before we circulated it. It is very important that research is done to ensure that processes are being followed correctly. I think that it would be wrong to change the petition as it's worded and put that to a vote. Those 1,300 people that signed that petition, they signed it as it's worded now. To offer a solution, I would like to challenge the group behind the petition and voters that might question our local elections to get involved. The opposition group is spreading fear and telling the public to be scared when all we ever are is free. We are free to be involved. Please do so. Reach out to be a poll worker, attend the public test of the tabulator, be creative, learn and research our election laws, be active in your local government. That is the only way to have confidence in our elections. Together, let's uphold the integrity of our elections, ensuring that they reflect the true will and needs of people in Lawrence County, undistorted by outside influences.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna shut down the, one more real quick one, and then I'm gonna shut down the public part of this and offer it to the board for questions and discussion. Go ahead and come up.
My name is Connie Snow, 20242 Remington Place, Whitewood. I am not a lawyer. I am not going to be long-winded. Miss Sarah, would you please refresh the correct name of the disability machine?
Express vote.
The express vote. I personally have no issue with that. My name is on that petition. I personally have no issue with that. I was a poll worker in Meade County one time. I did not personally vote with the machine, but I saw how it worked. I don't personally have an issue with that. I have an issue with the poll tabulator. Now I'll go to my written remarks. I have personal experience working in elections where all votes were hand counted. Absentee votes were at the bottom of the ballot box and included in the hand count. It worked. Every vote was counted. 3 people tabulated the vote, and count was done 3 times to verify the counts were correct. Given the astronomical increase my household is experiencing in property taxes, there's absolutely no reason this commission does not have the funds to pay for hand counting your constituents' votes. Our nation's elections have lost their integrity. I don't know if there's fraud or not, but I believe that integrity is lost. I believe the best way to restore the trust of the people and the integrity to the system is through a hand count of each vote. I also believe that if it does not start at the local level, it will never go up the chain of our government for the people, by the people.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna close the public comment aspect of this and offer it back to our board. Does any board member have any questions of any of these folks that have talked?
He's not on, but he's listening. He texted me. I don't know if there's someone, but he said he can hear everything.
Okay.
I don't have any comments.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Tisdale, any comments?
No, sir. I'm good.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, if you can hear us, do you?
I'll just make a real quick statement. I think there's some valid concerns. I also think there's a lot of fear mongering. There's a lot of name calling and finger pointing. Some people demanding respect and showing none. I do believe there's some merit to some of an element or two in that petition. I don't see that we can support it under the merits the way it is currently. I believe that I don't believe that it would survive a legal interpretation. Documentation from out of state and information from miscellaneous people does not override legal opinion, whether it be one state's attorney, 20 states attorneys, outside counsel, or the opinion of some people that have reviewed tabulation machines has nothing to do with that particular petition. I fail to see that petition rises to the point that we can actually present it to the voters. I do believe there are some valid elements in it, though.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a few brief comments. This gentleman said we're in a pickle. Yeah, we're actually in the relish part of it now. But because I respect everyone on the work that you've done, the reasoning behind it. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not in one of these big cities where they have these actual problems. So I don't see where we have a problem in Lawrence County. I think we're going after something that doesn't exist as far as an issue or a problem. It's always went very smoothly. Like several people have said, you can come witness the testing of the machine. That machine just sits there and counts the ballots. You can come and witness all of this, as well as the night when the votes are in. You can come and watch that as well. It's all, the public's invited to any of that. I have a lot of respect for the auditor's office and all the work that they've done. And but all of us sitting at this table also took an oath to uphold the Constitution, the state law, the federal law. And so I have a real problem sitting here going against that. So if we come up with a motion here, I'll probably be going against allowing these petitions to go forward. I think they need more work. If we would accept it, we'd have to pay $30,000 for a special election prior to our election coming up because of the time frame that the law puts in place for all of this. We'd have to have a special election. We couldn't just throw it on to the primary. So that's my comments.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jennings.
While there's been a lot of discussion about today about voting tabulation machines, hand counting, and complying with state and federal voting laws, the issue that we're dealing with is if the petition submitted violates federal or state law. Most of us at this table are elected officials and understand our responsibility to the voters and we will be held accountable to them. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we don't want to disenfranchise the signers of the petition, and we want to respect their wishes for this initiative to come to a vote. I was elected and took an oath to make decisions in accordance to the laws and ordinances of the county, state, and country. It is my belief that this violation violates one or more of the voting accessibility laws and should not proceed to a vote. We didn't need to be in this position. It is unfortunate that the petitioners did not meet with the county officials to ensure the petition would be in accordance with the law. There's no doubt in my mind that if the petitioners would have come up here in a respectful manner, in a spirit of cooperation, that we would have worked with you and avoided the position that you have put us in. If you're ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I am.
I move to reject the petition on the grounds that this petition violates state and federal law, and the proposed ordinances must be within the power of the county commission to adopt, and these are not.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion from the board?
I just like, if I could, this is Brendan Flanagan, County Commissioner. I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to echo, I like the wording of that petition. I'm not sure that it's county staff's responsibility to make sure a petition is properly done. The folks should maybe have checked in with council, and maybe they could coordinate with attorneys. But I do agree with the wording of the motion. Thank you.
All right. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. And Brenda, we're going to do a roll call on this.
Flanagan.
Aye.
Tisdale.
Aye.
Reed.
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing.
Aye.
Motion carries
Okay.
5-0.
Thank you, everyone, for your time here today. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break to let things calm down.
I'm gonna turn the microphone off a little bit, folks. Go back 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're up to, well, John, would you come forward and we'll deal with yours and then we'll finish here.
Okay, just a second.
What did you find out?
All right. Well, I was able to get in contact with both of the bidders.
Which one is this on?
This is for the salt and
The
sand.
de-icing, okay, thank you.
And the bid that Simon proposed is wrong. They had the wrong number on their material, and when it was handed off to their pricing department, they priced us for a totally different deal. So
But
that 83,
unfortunately, we can't
accept it. I didn't ask what their bid would be, but he did indicate that it would be similar to what it was last year. Last year, $17.50. So, with that being said, I also was able to get a hold of Pete Lean and ask them about. They had an asterisk on their bid, and I wanted to confirm that theirs included their $24 included the shipping or the trucking from Rapids, and it does. Okay. So, with that being said, I guess to me
well, we already acted on everything, didn't we?
No, not on this. We haven't acted on this.
Okay.
I think we should throw the bid out and rebid it.
Okay.
Reject all bids.
Object.
Well,
just
the de-icing
The
sand.
de-icing sand bid.
Yeah. We have time to do that as well.
We do have time to do it, and I think that's gonna be in the best interest of the county. I
Yep,
think we're gonna
yep,
get a better price.
And John,
I'll make a motion to do that.
and then rebid as well, right?
Yeah.
And then rebid, correct. And a set a bid date.
So we're doing that because Pete Lean didn't make it clear that that was a delivered price? Is that correct?
They did not make it clear on their bid that that was a delivered
Okay,
price.
so I just wanted to make sure that there was probably both of them, that we weren't favoring one over the other.
Right.
Correct.
We have to give, I think, 10 days notice. I don't know if we can get that accomplished by March 26th, so maybe a good idea would put it for April 9th at 8:30. Is that fair, John?
I'm fine with that.
All right.
At 8:30.
I'll second Richard's one.
And that's the icing sand, sorry.
Yes. Okay, get a motion in a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I mean, Brian, good. I can't see you.
All right, guys, public comment. Do we have anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak today?
How's the chance, John? Lunch hour.
Seeing none, we'll close that down. Do we have items from the commissioners?
I don't believe I do.
No, I just think that we ought to get together and try to at least help them lay these out. They have to change our procedure, but we need to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
we ought to do so.
That sounds good. Commissioner Tisdale, do you have any comments or anything you need to add? No? Commissioner Flanagan, we can't see you. Do you have any items for us?
Which is really strange. My camera's on and I can see you just fine.
I'm
I
sorry.
think it's Miller time. I don't know that that's an official declaration, but
All right.
It is 2 o'clock there, right?
it is.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
At
Motion
12:05.
adjourned.
Leave the record.